Chapter 1. Going Up to the Alm Uncle. The little town of Mayenfeld is very pretty. A footpath leads from the town through green fields to the base of the mountains that look down on the valley. As the path starts to climb steeply up the Alps, the fresh smell of grass and herbs welcomes anyone walking by. One sunny morning in June, a tall young woman from the mountains climbed the narrow path, holding a little girl's hand. The girl's cheeks were so rosy that they showed through her brown skin. No wonder. Even though it was hot, the little girl, who was hardly 5 years old, was dressed as if it were very cold outside. She wore 2 or 3 dresses and a big red shawl around her shoulders. With heavy boots on her feet, she climbed up the mountain, looking hot and tired. After climbing for about an hour, they reached a small village halfway up the mountain called the Alm. This village was Dita's home. So many people greeted her from their homes. They called to her from windows, doors, and even from the road. But Dita did not stop to chat. She just continued walking until she reached the end of the village. There, a woman called out from a house, "Dita, please wait. I want to come with you if you are going further up." When Dita stopped to wait, the little girl immediately let go of her hand and sat down on the ground. "Are you tired, Heidi?" Dita asked. "No, but I'm hot," the little girl replied. "We will be up in an hour if you take big steps and use all your strength," Dita said, trying to encourage her. A friendly, plump woman joined them. The little girl stood up and wandered behind the 2 old friends, who began to talk about the people in the neighborhood. "Where are you taking the child, Dita?" the newcomer asked. "Is she the child your sister left?" "Yes," Dita replied. "I'm taking her to the Alm Uncle to live." "You can't really be serious about that. You've lost your mind. I'm sure the old man will just send you away and won't listen to you." "Why not? He is her grandfather, and it's time he does something for her. I have taken care of her until now, and I have a good job offer. The child will not stop me from taking it. If he were like other people, it wouldn't be so hard. But you know him. How could he take care of a little child? She won't get along with him," said the woman, still concerned. "But tell me about your new job." "I'm going to work for a nice family in Frankfurt. Last summer, I looked after their rooms while they were away, and they liked me. Now they want to take me with them." "I'm glad I'm not that child," Barbara said, shivering. "Nobody knows anything about the old man's life up there. He doesn't talk to anyone and avoids church. People get scared when they see him once a year. We all fear him. He's like a wild man or an Indian with his thick gray eyebrows and a big, strange beard. When he walks with his twisted stick, we all try to avoid him." "That's not my problem," Dita replied firmly. "He won't hurt her, and if he does, it will be his fault, not mine. I wish I knew what makes the old man so angry. Why does he live alone? Nobody sees him, and we hear strange things about him." "Didn't your sister tell you anything, Dita?" "Of course she did, but I won't say anything. He would punish me if I did." Barbara had always wanted to know more about the uncle and why everyone avoided him. Nobody spoke well of him, and when they did, their voices were low, as if they were afraid. She couldn't understand why he was called the Alm Uncle. He couldn't really be the uncle of everyone in the village, but since everyone called him that, She did too. Barbara had only lived in the village since getting married, so she was eager to learn from her friend Data, who had grown up there before moving away for work. Please, Data, tell me the truth about him. You know everything. People just gossip. What happened to make everyone dislike him so much? Did he always hate people? I can't tell you if he always did that, and there's a good reason. He is 60 years old, and I am only 26, so I can't tell you about his youth. But if you promise to keep it a secret and not gossip in Pretigen, I can share some things. My mother and he came from Domleschg. How can you say that, Data? Replied Barbara, sounding offended. People don't gossip much in Pretigen, and I can keep a secret if I have to. You'll be glad you told me. All right, but keep your word, Data warned. She looked around to make sure the little girl was far enough away not to hear, but to her surprise, Heidi was nowhere in sight. While the two women talked, they hadn't noticed that she had stopped following them. Data looked around nervously, but the path was clear and she could see all the way down to the village. There she is! Look! Barbara exclaimed, pointing to a spot away from the path. She's climbing with Peter the goatherd and his goats. I wonder why he is late today. Well, that's fine. He can look after her while you tell me everything without interruptions. Peter will easily take care of her, Data said. She is clever for her age and pays attention. I've seen that, and it will help her with the uncle. He has nothing left in the world but his little house and 2 goats. Did he used to have more? Barbara asked. Yes, he did. He was supposed to inherit a large farm in Domleschg, but he lost everything because he wanted to be fancy and drank too much. His parents died of sadness, and he left the area. He came back many years later with a half-grown boy named Tobias. He became a carpenter and was a good, steady young man. A lot of strange rumors were spread about the uncle, which might be why he moved from Domleschg to Dörfli. We were related. My mother's grandmother was his cousin. We called him Uncle. And since my father was also related to almost everyone in the village, they called him Uncle too. They named him Alm Uncle when he moved to the Alm. But what happened to Tobias? Barbara asked eagerly. Just wait. I can't tell you everything at once, Data exclaimed. Tobias was an apprentice in Mel's, and when he became a master carpenter, he returned to the village and married my sister Adelheid. They were always in love and lived happily together, but sadly, their joy didn't last. 2 years later, while helping to build a house, a beam fell on him and killed him. Adelheid became very sick from grief and never got better. She was never strong and often had strange spells, so we didn't know if she was awake or asleep. A few weeks after Tobias died, they buried poor Adelheid. People said heaven was punishing the uncle for his past. After his son died, he never spoke to anyone again. He moved up to the Alp to live in anger against God and man. My mother and I took care of Adelheid's 1-year-old baby, Heidi. When I went to Ragaz, I took her with me. But this spring, the family I worked for last year returned from Frankfurt and wanted to take me to their townhouse. I'm happy for such a good job. And now you want to leave the child with this awful old man? I really don't understand how you can do that, Data. Barbara said, a reproachful tone in her voice. "I have already done enough for the child. I don't know where else to take her. She's too young to come with me to Frankfurt. By the way, Barbara, where are you going? We are already halfway up the Alm." Data shook hands with her friend and stopped while Barbara headed to a little dark brown mountain hut just a few steps off the path. The cottage was halfway up the Alm and was somewhat sheltered from strong winds. If it faced the storms, it would be a dangerous place to live in its decaying state. Even as it was, the doors rattled, and the old beams shook whenever the south wind blew over the mountain. If the hut were on the top of the Alm, it would surely have been blown down the valley during storm season. This is where Peter the goatherd lived, an 11-year-old boy who brought the goats from the village each day and took them up the mountain to graze on the rich grass. Peter returned in the evening with the nimble little goats. When he whistled sharply through his fingers, all the owners would come and pick up their goats. Most of the owners were small children who were not afraid of the friendly goats. This was the only time Peter spent with other kids. The rest of the day, he was with the animals. At home, he lived with his mother and his old blind grandmother, but he only stayed long enough to eat his breakfast of bread and milk, and then the same for supper. After that, he went to bed early. He always left in the morning and returned late at night so he could be with his friends as much as possible. His father had had an accident a few years ago and had also been called Peter the goatherd. His mother's name was Brigida, and everyone knew her as Goatherd Peter's wife. His blind grandmother was known far and wide simply as Grandmother. Data waited about 10 minutes to see if the children were coming with the goats. When she couldn't see them, she climbed higher to get a better view of the valley and looked around impatiently. Meanwhile, the children were slowly making their way up in a zigzag pattern. Peter always found the best grazing spots for his goats. The little girl struggled to keep up with Peter, panting under her heavy clothes. She felt hot and uncomfortable, needing to use all her strength just to keep going. She didn't say a word, only looked enviously at Peter, who hopped around easily in his light trousers and bare feet. She envied the goats even more as they climbed over bushes and rocks with their slender legs. Suddenly, she sat down on the ground, quickly took off her shoes and socks, and unwrapped her heavy shawl and the two little dresses. She stepped out of her clothes and stood in just a light petticoat. She raised her bare arms with joy, enjoying the relief. Her aunt had dressed her in her Sunday clothes over her workday garments. Heidi neatly arranged her dresses in a pile and joined Peter and the goats. Now she felt as light as they were. When Peter, who hadn't been paying attention, saw her suddenly dressed so lightly, he grinned widely. Looking back, he spotted her pile of clothes on the ground and grinned even more, but he didn't say anything. Feeling free and comfortable, the child began to chat with Peter, asking him many questions. She wanted to know how many goats he had, where he took them, and what he did with them. Finally, the children reached the top near the hut. When Dada saw them, she called loudly, "Heidi, what have you done? What are you wearing? Where are your dresses and shawl? What happened to the new shoes I just bought for you and the stockings I made?" The child calmly pointed down and said, "There." Data followed her finger and saw a little heap with a red spot in the middle that was her shawl. "Oh dear," Data exclaimed. "What does this mean? Why did you take your clothes off?" "Because I don't need them," the child said, showing no sign of regret for her actions. "How can you be so silly, Heidi? Did you lose your senses?" Data said, her voice a mix of annoyance and reproach. "Who will go all the way down to get those things? It's a half-hour walk. Peter, please run and get them. Don't just stand there looking at me." "I'm already late," replied Peter, standing still with his hands in his trousers pockets, watching Data's frustration. "You standing around won't help," Data said. "I'll give you this if you go down." She held up a 5-cent coin in front of him, and that made Peter jump into action, rushing down the straightest path. He returned quickly, so fast that Data praised him and gave him the coin right away. He didn't often get such a treasure, and his face lit up with joy as he dropped the coin deep into his pocket. "If you're going to the uncle with us, you can carry the bundle until we get there," said Data, leading the way up the steep path behind Peter's hut. He readily took the bundle and followed Data, swinging his stick with his free hand, while Heidi joyfully jumped alongside him with the goats. After about 45 minutes, they reached the height where the old man's hut stood on a rock, exposed to the wind, but surrounded by bright sunlight. From there, they could see down into the valley. Behind the hut were 3 old fir trees with large branches. Further back, high gray rocks towered sharply above them. Beyond the rocks, green pastures led to steep cliffs. The uncle had made a bench overlooking the valley beside the hut. Here he sat, pipe in mouth, hands resting on his knees, quietly watching the children climb up with the goats. Heidi was the first to reach the top, and she approached the old man, held out her hand, and said, "Good evening, grandfather." "Well, what do we have here?" the old man replied, his voice gruff. He shook her hand briefly and gave her a long, piercing look under his bushy brows. Heidi stared back at him, curious, examining his strange appearance with his thick gray beard and bushy eyebrows that met in the middle like a thicket. In the meantime, Data arrived with Peter, eager to see what would happen. "Good day to you, Uncle," Data said as she came closer. "This is Tobias's and Adelheide's child. You probably don't remember her since when you last saw her. She was hardly a year old." "Why do you bring her here?" he asked, turning to Peter. "Go and bring my goats. How late you are." Peter hurried off, glad to escape the intense look from the uncle. "Data, I brought the little girl for you to keep," said Data. "I have cared for her for the last 4 years, and now it's your turn to look after her." The old man's eyes flashed with anger. "Indeed, what shall I do if she cries for you? Small children always do. I won't be able to help." "You need to handle that," Data shot back. "When they left their little baby with me, I had to learn how to take care of her myself, and no one helped me. I had my mother to care for as well, and that was a lot of work. You can't blame me if I want to earn some money now. If you can't keep the child, you can do whatever you want with her. If anything happens, it will be your responsibility, and I am sure you do not want that on your conscience." Data had said more than she intended in her anger. realizing her conscience was not entirely clear. The uncle stood up as she spoke, giving her a look that made her step back. Raising his arm with authority, he commanded, "Leave! Stay away! Go back where you came from and don't come near me again." Data didn't need to be told twice. She said goodbye to Heidi and farewell to the uncle and started down the mountain. Her excitement spurred her on, and she ran down quickly. The people in the village called to her even more than before, wondering where she had left the child. They all knew Data and Heidi's story well. When she heard the calls from doors and windows asking, "Where's the child?" and "Where have you left her, Data?" she reluctantly replied, "With the Alm uncle." Up with the Alm uncle. She grew angry as the women called out, "How could you do that? Poor little thing, leaving such a helpless child up there," and deafening echoes of, "The poor little dear." Data ran as fast as she could, relieved when the calls stopped as she was uneasy. Her mother had asked her to take care of Heidi on her deathbed, but she comforted herself with the thought that she could do more for the child if she earned some money. She felt happy to be away from people who questioned her choices and looked forward to her new job with excitement. Chapter 2. With the Grandfather. After Dita disappeared, the uncle sat back down on the bench, puffing big clouds of smoke from his pipe. He didn't say anything, just stared at the ground. Meanwhile, Heidi looked around and spotted the goat shed. She peeked inside, but saw nothing. Then she noticed the 3 old fir trees behind the hut. The wind was blowing through the branches, making the tops sway. Heidi stopped to listen. When the wind died down a bit, she walked back to her grandfather. He was sitting in the same position, so she stood in front of him with her arms behind her back and gazed up at him. "What do you want to do now?" he asked. "I want to see what's in the hut," Heidi replied. "Come then," he said, standing up and heading into the cottage. "Take your things with you," he ordered. "I don't want them anymore," Heidi said. The old man turned and gave her a sharp look. The child's dark eyes sparkled with excitement. "She is not lacking in intelligence," he mumbled to himself. "Why don't you need them?" "I want to walk like the light-footed goats," she exclaimed. "All right, you can walk like them, but get your things and we will put them in the cupboard." The child obeyed. The grandfather opened the door, and Heidi followed him into a spacious room that took up the whole hut. In one corner stood a table and a chair, and in another corner was his bed. A large kettle hung over the fire, and across from it was a large door in the wall. The grandfather opened it to reveal the cupboard. On one shelf were some shirts, socks, and towels. On another shelf, a few plates, cups, and glasses. On the top shelf, Heidi saw a loaf of bread, some bacon, and cheese. This cupboard contained everything the grandfather needed. As he opened it, Heidi pushed her things far back so they wouldn't be found quickly. After looking around the room, she asked, "Where will I sleep, Grandfather?" "Wherever you want," he answered. This was perfect for Heidi. She peeked into all the corners, searching for a cozy sleeping place. Next to the old man's bed, she saw a ladder. Climbing up, she discovered a hayloft filled with fresh, sweet-smelling hay. Through a small round window, she could see far down into the valley. I want to sleep up here, Heidi called down. Oh, it's lovely. Please come up, Grandfather, and see for yourself. I know it, he replied from below. I'm making the bed now, she called again, while she busily arranged the hay. Oh, please bring a sheet, Grandfather. Every bed needs a sheet. Is that so? Said the old man. After a moment, he opened the cupboard and searched through it. Finally, he pulled out a long piece of coarse cloth from under the shirts. It looked like a sheet, and with it, he climbed up to the loft. There was already a neat little bed made from hay, piled high enough so that the person's head would be right at the window. The grandfather was pleased with it. To make the bed more comfortable, he added more hay. Then he and Heidi placed the heavy cloth on the bed, tucking it in well. Heidi looked at her new bed and said, "Grandfather, we forgot something." "What?" he asked. "I don't have a cover. I always snuggle under the sheet and the cover when I go to bed." "What will we do if I don't have one?" asked the grandfather. "That's okay, I'll just use more hay to cover me," Heidi reassured him, and she was about to go grab some hay when the old man stopped her. "Wait a moment," he said, and went to his bed. From there, he took a large, heavy linen bag and brought it to her. "Isn't this better than hay?" he asked. Heidi tried to pull the bag, but it was too heavy for her little arms. The grandfather placed the thick cover on the bed while Heidi watched. When he finished, she said, "What a nice bed I have! What a wonderful cover! I just wish evening would come so I can sleep in it." "I think we should eat something first," said the grandfather. "Don't you think so?" Heidi had forgotten all about food because she was so excited about her bed. But when reminded, she realized how hungry she really was. She had only eaten a piece of bread and drunk thin coffee early that morning before the long walk. "Yes, I think we should eat, Grandfather," she agreed. "Then let's go down," said the old man, following closely behind her. At the fireplace, he pushed a big kettle aside and reached for a smaller kettle hanging from a chain. Sitting down on a three-legged stool, he started a fire. When the kettle boiled, he took a large piece of cheese on a long fork and held it over the fire, turning it until it was golden brown. Heidi watched eagerly. Suddenly, she ran to the cupboard. When her grandfather brought a pot and the melted cheese to the table, he found it already set with 2 plates, 2 knives, and the bread in the center. Heidi had seen all the things in the cupboard and knew they would be needed for the meal. "I'm glad to see that you can think for yourself," the grandfather said as he placed the cheese on top of the bread. "But something is still missing." Heidi noticed the hot pot and hurried back to the cupboard. There was one small bowl on the shelf. That didn't trouble her because she saw 2 glasses sitting behind it. With those 3 things, she returned to the table. "You really can help yourself. Where will you sit?" asked the grandfather, who took the only chair for himself. Heidi quickly grabbed a small stool and brought it over. "Now you have a seat, but it's too low. You're too little to reach the table from my chair. But now you can finally eat," he said, filling the little bowl with milk. He placed it on his chair, pushing it as close to the stool as he could so Heidi had her own table. He told her to eat the large piece of bread and the slice of golden cheese. The grandfather sat on a corner of the table and began his own meal. Heidi drank quickly from the bowl, as she was very thirsty after her long journey. Once she took a deep breath, she put her bowl down. "How do you like the milk?" the grandfather asked. "It's the best I've ever tasted," Heidi answered. "Then you can have more," and he refilled her bowl. Heidi enjoyed her meal, savoring every bite and sip. After they finished, they both went to the goat shed. The grandfather busied himself, while Heidi watched carefully as he swept the floor and laid fresh straw for the goats. Then he walked to the little shop next door and made a high chair for Heidi, much to her amazement. "What is this?" asked the grandfather. "This is a chair for me. I know it is because it's so high. How fast you made it!" the child exclaimed in wonder. "She knows her things and has her eyes in the right places," the grandfather thought to himself. He walked around the hut, hammering in nails and fixing loose boards. Heidi followed him, happily watching what he did. At last, evening came. The old fir trees rustled as a strong wind howled through the treetops. The sounds thrilled Heidi's heart, filling her with happiness. She danced around under the trees, feeling as if something wonderful had happened. The grandfather stood by the door, watching her when suddenly a sharp whistle was heard. Heidi froze, and the grandfather stepped outside. Down from the heights came goats one after another, with Peter among them. Heidi joyfully rushed to meet the flock, greeting her old friends. Once all the goats reached the hut, they paused, and two beautiful slender goats emerged, one white and the other brown. They approached the grandfather, who held out some salt in his hands for them, just as he did every night. Heidi gently patted each goat, filled with joy. "Are they ours, grandfather? Do they both belong to us? Will they stay with us?" Heidi kept asking in excitement. The grandfather struggled to answer with yes between her many questions. Once the goats had licked up all the salt, the old man said, "Go in, Heidi, and grab your bowl and the bread." Heidi quickly obeyed and came back. The grandfather milked the white goat, filled a bowl with fresh milk, cut a piece of bread for her, and told her to eat. "After that, you can go to bed. If you need shirts and other linens, they are in the bottom of the cupboard. Aunt Data left a bundle for you. Now good night. I need to look after the goats and lock them up for the night." "Good night, grandfather. Oh, please tell me their names," Heidi called after him. "The white one is called Schwenli and the brown one is Burley," he replied. "Good night, Schwenli." "Good night, Burley," the little girl shouted as they disappeared into the shed. Heidi sat down on the bench and began her supper. The strong wind nearly blew her off her seat, so she hurried through her meal to go inside to her bed. She slept there as soundly as a prince on a royal couch. Very soon after Heidi went to bed, but before it got completely dark, the old man also went to his bed. He woke up early with the sun, which rose bright over the mountains during those summer days. It was a wild night. The hut shook in the wind and the boards creaked. The wind howled through the chimney, and the fir trees shook so much that many dry branches fell. In the middle of the night, the grandfather got up and said to himself, I'm sure she is scared." He climbed the ladder to Heidi's bed. At first, everything was dark, but suddenly the moon came out from behind the clouds and filled the room with light. Heidi's cheeks glowed red as she lay peacefully on her round arms. She must have been having a happy dream, for she smiled in her sleep. The grandfather stood and watched her until a cloud passed over the moon, leaving everything dark again. Then he returned to his bed. Chapter 3. On the Pasture. Heidi woke up early the next morning to a loud whistle. When she opened her eyes, she saw her little bed and the hay beside her shining with golden sunlight. For a moment, she didn't remember where she was, but when she heard her grandfather's deep voice outside, she recalled everything. She remembered climbing the mountain the day before and leaving old Ursula, who always shivered with cold by the stove. When Heidi lived with Ursula, she had to stay inside where the old woman could see her. Since Ursula was deaf, she was afraid to let Heidi go outside, and Heidi often felt trapped in the small room and longed to be outside. So she was very happy to find herself in her new home and could hardly wait to see the goats again. Jumping out of bed, she quickly dressed and hurried down the ladder to run outside. Peter was already there with his flock, waiting for Schwenli and Burley, the two goats that the grandfather was bringing to join the others. "Do you want to go with him to the pasture?" asked the grandfather. "Yes," cried Heidi, clapping her hands with joy. "Then go and wash yourself first, or the sun will laugh at you when he sees how dirty you are. Everything is ready for you," he added, pointing to a large tub of water that stood in the sun. Heidi followed his instructions and washed herself vigorously until her cheeks were glowing. Meanwhile, the grandfather called for Peter to come into the hut and bring his bag. The boy did as he was told and opened the bag that held his meager lunch. The grandfather added a generous piece of bread and a slice of cheese, both twice as big as what Peter had in his bag. "The little bowl goes in too," the uncle said, "because the child doesn't know how to drink straight from the goat like you do. She will be with you all day, so milk 2 bowls full for her dinner. Watch that she doesn't fall over the rocks. Do you hear me?" Just then, Heidi ran in. "Grandfather, can the sun still laugh at me?" she asked. She had scrubbed her skin so hard with the rough towel he had given her that her face, neck, and arms were as red as a lobster. The grandfather smiled and said, "No, he can't laugh at you anymore. But when you come home tonight, you must go into the tub like a fish. When you run around like the goats, you get dirty feet. Off with you." They began their merry climb up the Alp. A clear, deep blue sky smiled down on them as the wind had cleared away all the clouds in the night. The fresh, green mountainside sparkled in the bright sunlight, and many blue and yellow flowers had opened up. Heidi was filled with joy and danced from side to side. In one place, she found big patches of bright red primroses, and in another spot, blue gentians twinkled in the grass. Everywhere, the golden rock roses nodded at her. Lost in delight at discovering such treasures, Heidi forgot about Peter and his goats. She ran ahead and wandered to the side, tempted by the sparkling flowers. Picking big bunches of them for her journey home, she stuffed them into her little apron. Peter, who could only look around slowly with his big eyes, had a hard time keeping track of her. The goats were even worse, and it was only by shouting and whistling, especially swinging his rod, that he could get them to come together. "Heidi, where are you now?" he called out angrily. "Here," came her voice from somewhere. Peter could not see her because she was sitting behind a little mound covered in fragrant flowers. The air was filled with their sweet scent, and the child breathed it in deeply. "Follow me now," Peter called. "The grandfather told me to look after you, and you must not fall over the rocks." "Where are they?" Heidi asked, not moving an inch. "Way up there, and we have a long way to go. If you hurry, we might see the eagle and hear him screech." That made Heidi eager, and she ran to Peter, her apron filled with flowers. "You have enough now," he said. "If you pick them all today, there won't be any left tomorrow." Heidi agreed, realizing her apron was already full. From that point on, she stayed by Peter's side. The goats were also eager, sniffing the fragrant herbs, and hurried along. Peter mostly set up for the day at the foot of a high cliff, which rose far into the sky. Overhanging rocks on one side made it dangerous, so the grandfather was wise to warn Peter. When they reached their destination, Peter took off his bag and placed it in a small hollow in the ground to keep it safe from the strong winds that often blew up there. Then he lay down in the sunny grass, as he was very tired. Heidi rolled up her apron, setting it beside Peter's bag. Then she sat next to him and looked around. Far below, she could see the sparkling valley, and in front of her, a large field of snow rose high. Heidi sat still for a long time, Peter asleep beside her and the goats wandering around in the bushes. A gentle breeze fanned her cheeks, and the tall mountains around her made her feel happier than ever. She looked up at the mountain tops until they all seemed to have faces, and soon they felt familiar to her like old friends. Suddenly she heard a loud, sharp scream, and looking up, she saw the biggest bird she had ever seen flying above her. With its wings outspread, it circled over her head. "Wake up, Peter!" Heidi called. "Look, Peter, the eagle is up there!" Peter woke up, and they both watched the bird with fascination as it soared higher and higher into the blue sky until it disappeared behind the mountain peak. "Where did it go?" Heidi asked. "Home to its nest," Peter replied. "Really? Does it live up there? That must be wonderful. But tell me, why does it scream so loudly?" Heidi inquired. "Because it has to," Peter answered. "Oh, let's climb up and see its nest," Heidi begged. But Peter, sounding firm, replied, "Oh dear, no, not even goats could climb up there." "Grandfather told me to make sure you don't fall over the rocks, so we can't go." Peter began to call out and whistle, and soon all the goats gathered in the green field. Heidi ran among them, thrilled to see them leaping and playing. Peter, meanwhile, prepared their lunch. He put his large pieces of bread to one side and kept his own small ones on the other. Then he milked barley and placed the bowl in the center. When he was done, he called to Heidi, but it took her some time to respond. "Stop jumping and sit down. Your dinner is ready," said Peter. "Is this milk for me?" she asked. "Yes, it is, and those large pieces of bread belong to you too. When you finish the milk, I'll get you some more. After that, I'll eat." What milk do you get? Heidi wondered. I get it from my own goat, the speckled one over there. But just eat, Peter urged. Heidi obeyed, and when she finished the bowl, he filled it again. After breaking off a piece of bread for herself, she gave Peter the rest, which was still bigger than his own portion. She handed him a whole slice of cheese, saying, "You can eat that. I've had enough." Peter was surprised, as he had never given up any of his share before. He hesitated until she placed the food in his lap, and then he realized she really meant it. Gratefully, he took it and nodded to her, enjoying the best meal he had ever had. Meanwhile, Heidi watched the goats and asked Peter for their names. He could name them all, as that was about the only thing he had worked to remember. Heidi listened carefully and learned their names. One of them was called the Big Turk, who liked to poke his big horns at all the others. Most of the goats avoided the rude Turk. Only the bold Thistlefinch wasn't afraid, challenging the Turk and impressing him with his bravery. A small white goat named Snowhopper kept bleeding sadly, which made Heidi go comfort it many times. She eventually hugged the little goat and asked, "What's wrong, Snowhopper? Why do you always cry?" The little goat snuggled up to Heidi and stopped bleeding. After Peter finished his meal, he joined Heidi. She had just noticed that Schwenli and Barely were the cleanest and prettiest of the goats. They avoided the troublesome Turk, always finding the greenest bushes for themselves. She mentioned this to Peter, who replied, "Of course they are the prettiest. The uncle washes them and gives them salt. He has the best stable by far." Suddenly, Peter, who had been lying in the grass, jumped up and ran after the goats. Seeing something was wrong, Heidi followed him. She saw him chasing after the brave Thistlefinch, who had crept too close to the dangerous edge. Peter barely got there in time to stop the goat from falling. Unfortunately, he stumbled over a stone in haste and could only catch the goat by one leg. The Thistlefinch bleated loudly, angry that it was stopped on its adventure. Peter yelled for help, and Heidi quickly saw he was almost pulling off the goat's leg. She picked some fragrant herbs and held them under the goat's nose, saying softly, "Come, Thistlefinch, be sensible. You might fall and hurt yourself." The goat turned and nibbled on the herbs Heidi held out. Once Peter got to his feet, he gently led the Thistlefinch back to safety with Heidi's help. When they turned the goat safely around, Peter raised his stick to punish it. The goat backed away shyly, knowing it would be in trouble. Heidi cried out, "Peter, no, don't beat him! Look how scared he is!" "He deserves it," Peter growled, about to strike, but Heidi grabbed his arm and shouted, "You can't hurt him! Let him go!" Heidi's eyes were bright and fierce, and when Peter saw her like that, he put his stick down. "I'll let him go if you give me a piece of your cheese tomorrow," he said, wanting something in return for the scare. "You can have all of it tomorrow and every day since I don't need it," Heidi promised. "I will also give you a big piece of bread if you promise never to beat the goats." "I don't care," Peter replied, and agreed to the promise. Thus the day went on, and the sun sank down behind the mountains. Sitting on the grass, Heidi admired the bluebells and wild roses shining in the fading sunlight. The peaks glowed, and suddenly Heidi exclaimed, "Oh, Peter, look! Everything's on fire. The mountains are burning and the sky too. Oh, look, the moon is burning. Do you see the glowing mountains? Oh, how beautiful the snow looks. The eagle's nest must be on fire too. Look at the fir trees over there. Peter, calmly peeling his stick, looked at Heidi and said, "That's not fire. It always looks like that." "What is it then?" asked Heidi eagerly, looking all around. "It turns out that way by itself," explained Peter. "Oh, look! Everything is rosy now. Oh, look at that mountain with the snow and sharp peaks. What is its name?" "Mountains don't have names," he answered. "Oh, see how beautiful. It looks like so many roses are growing on those cliffs. Oh, now they're turning gray. Oh, no. The fire has gone out and it's all over. What a pity," Heidi said, disappointed. "It will look the same tomorrow," Peter assured her. "Now we have to go home." After Peter called all the goats together, they began to head down the mountain. "Will it be like this every day we are up here?" Heidi asked eagerly. "It usually is," he replied. "And what about tomorrow?" she inquired. "Tomorrow will be just like this, I'm sure," Peter confirmed. That made Heidi feel happy again, and she walked quietly beside Peter, thinking about all the new things she had seen. Finally, when they reached the hut, they found the grandfather waiting for them on a bench under the fir trees. Heidi ran to him, and the two goats followed because they recognized their master. Peter called back, "Come again tomorrow. Good night." Heidi extended her hand to him, promising that she would return, and after hugging Snowhopper one last time, she went back to her grandfather. "Oh, grandfather, it was so beautiful. I saw the fire and the roses on the rocks. Look at all the flowers I brought you." With that, Heidi emptied her apron onto the ground. But oh, how sad they looked. Heidi didn't even recognize them anymore. "What happened to them, grandfather? They looked so different," she exclaimed in surprise. "They are meant to bloom in the sun, not be stuck in an apron," said the grandfather. "Then I will never pick them again. Please tell me, grandfather, why does the eagle screech so loudly?" asked Heidi. "First, go take a bath while I get your milk from the shed. Then we can go inside together, and I will tell you all about it during supper." They followed the plan, and when Heidi sat on her high chair with her milk, she asked the same question again. "Because he is calling out to the people down below who sit in the villages getting angry with each other. He shouts to them, 'If you would live up on the heights like me, you would feel much better.'" The grandfather said this in such a loud voice that it reminded Heidi of the eagle's screech. "Why don't mountains have names, grandfather?" Heidi asked. "They all have names, and if you tell me their shapes, I can name them for you." Heidi described several mountains, and the old man named them all for her. The child then shared all about her day, especially the brilliant fire she had seen. She wanted to know how it happened. "The sun does that," he explained. "When saying goodnight to the mountains, he sends his most beautiful rays to them so they won't forget him until morning." Heidi was so pleased with this explanation that she could hardly wait to see the sun's goodnight greetings again. It was now time to go to bed, and Heidi slept soundly all night. she dreamed that little Snowhopper was happily bounding across the glowing mountains, surrounded by blooming, glistening roses. Chapter 4. In the Grandmother's Hut. The next morning, Peter came again with his goats, and Heidi went up to the pasture with them. This happened day after day. As she enjoyed this healthy life, she grew stronger and more sun-kissed each day. Soon, autumn arrived, and when the wind blew across the mountainside, the grandfather would say, "You must stay home today, Heidi. The wind can blow such a little thing as you down into the valley with one gust." It always made Peter unhappy when Heidi did not come because, without her, he felt bored and saw misfortunes ahead. He hardly knew how to pass the time, and on top of that, he missed his big lunches. The goats became so accustomed to Heidi that they would not follow Peter when she was not with him. Heidi didn't mind staying home. She loved watching her grandfather work with his saw and hammer. Sometimes, on those days, he would make small round cheeses, and there was nothing more enjoyable for Heidi than to see him stir the butter with his strong arms. When the wind howled through the fir trees on stormy days, Heidi would rush outside to feel the thrill of the roaring branches. As the weather grew colder, she had to wear her shoes, stockings, and little dress. The cold intensified, and by the time Peter came in the morning, he would blow into his hands to warm them. Eventually, even Peter could not come anymore because a deep layer of snow had fallen overnight. Heidi stood at the window, watching the snowflakes fall until the snow reached the windows. It kept snowing and soon became impossible to open them, and they felt completely shut in. After several days of this, Heidi worried that the snow would bury the cottage. Finally, it stopped, and the grandfather went outside to shovel the snow away from the door and windows, piling it high in places. In the afternoon, as they sat by the fire, they heard loud footsteps outside, and suddenly the door swung open. It was Peter, who had come to see Heidi. "Good evening," he mumbled, walking straight to the fire. His face was glowing, and Heidi laughed when she saw little streams of water trickling down from him. All the ice and snow had melted in the heat. The grandfather then asked Peter how he was doing in school. Heidi was so interested that she bombarded him with questions. Poor Peter, who struggled to talk, found it hard to answer her many inquiries, but it gave him time to dry his clothes. During their conversation, the grandfather's eyes twinkled, and finally he said, "Now that you've been through the cold, have some food with us." With that, he prepared a meal that satisfied Peter's hunger. It started to get dark, and Peter knew it was time for him to go. After saying goodbye and thanking the grandfather, he turned to Heidi and said, "I'll come next Sunday if I can. By the way, Grandmother asked me to tell you she would love to see you." Heidi was very happy to hear this, and her first words the next morning were, "Grandfather, I must go down to Grandmother. She is expecting me." 4 days later, the sun shone brightly, and the packed snow crackled underfoot. Heidi sat at the dinner table, begging the old man to let her go visit her grandmother. Finally, he got up, fetched her warm cover, and told her to follow him. They went out into the glistening snow with no sound around them. The snow-covered fir trees gleamed in the sunlight, Heidi was overwhelmed with joy, running to and fro. "Grandfather, come out! Oh, look at the trees! They are covered in silver and gold!" she called to the grandfather, who had just emerged with a sled. Bundling Heidi up in her cover, he placed her on the sled. They took off at quite a speed, and Heidi shouted with delight, feeling as if she were flying like a bird. They stopped in front of Peter's hut, and the grandfather said, "Go inside. When it gets dark, start your way back home." Once he had unwrapped her, he turned back home with the sled. As she opened the door, Heidi found herself in a small, dark kitchen. Going through another door, she entered a narrow room. Near a table sat a woman mending Peter's coat, which Heidi immediately recognized. In one corner, an old bent woman sat. Heidi walked over to her and said, "How do you do, grandmother? I have come now, and I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long." The grandmother looked up and tried to find Heidi's hand. Feeling her hand carefully, she said, "Are you the little girl who lives with the uncle? Is your name Heidi?" "Yes," Heidi replied. "The grandfather just brought me down in the sled. How can this be? Your hands are warm as toast. Brigida, did the uncle really come down with the child?" Brigida, Peter's mother, had gotten up to look at Heidi. "I don't know if he did, but I don't think so. She probably doesn't know." Heidi looked up and said confidently, "I know that grandfather wrapped me up in a cover when we coasted down together." "Is it possible? Thank God! We never thought the child would live more than 3 weeks with him. Brigida, tell me, what does she look like?" "She has Adelheide's fine limbs and black eyes, and curly hair like Tobias and the old man. I think she looks like both of them." While the women spoke, Heidi took in everything around her. Then she said, "Grandmother, look at the shutter over there. It's hanging loose. If grandfather were here, he would fix it. It might break the window pane. Just look at it." "What a sweet child you are," said the grandmother kindly. "I can hear it, but I can't see it, child. This cottage rattles and creaks, and when the wind blows, it comes in through every crack. Someday the entire house will fall apart and crash down on us. I wish Peter knew how to fix it. We have no one else." "Why can't you see the shutter, grandmother?" asked Heidi. "Child, I cannot see anything," the old woman lamented. "Can you see it if I open it to let in the light?" No, not even then. Nobody can show me the light again." "But, grandmother, doesn't it get light in the summer when the sun shines down on the mountains to say good night, setting them all on fire?" "No, child, I can never see the fiery mountains anymore. I have to live in darkness, always." Heidi burst into tears, sobbing loudly. "Can no one make it light for you? Is there really no one who can do it, grandmother? Nobody?" The grandmother tried every way to comfort her, feeling her heart ache at the child's sadness. It was hard for Heidi to stop crying once she started, since she cried so seldom. The grandmother said, "Heidi, let me tell you something. People who cannot see love listening to friendly words, sit down beside me and tell me about yourself. Talk to me about your grandfather, because it has been a long time since I heard anything about him. I used to know him very well." Heidi suddenly wiped her tears away because she had a bright idea. Grandmother, I will tell grandfather about it, and I'm sure he can make the light come for you. He can fix your little house and stop it from rattling. The old woman remained quiet as Heidi clung to her grandfather and looked up at him with trusting eyes. Finally, he said, glancing down, "All right, child. We'll make sure it doesn't rattle anymore. We can do that tomorrow." Heidi was filled with joy at these words and began to dance around the room, shouting, "We'll do it tomorrow! We can do it tomorrow!" The grandfather kept his promise and took Heidi down the next day with the same instructions as before. After Heidi disappeared, he inspected the house. Seeing the child again brought joy to the grandmother, and she stopped working. "Here is the child again. She has come again." Heidi, holding the grandmother's outstretched hands, sat on a low stool at the old woman's feet and began to chat. Suddenly, loud knocking was heard from outside. The grandmother nearly tipped over her spinning wheel from fright and screamed, "Oh God, it has come at last! The hut is tumbling down!" "Don't be afraid," Heidi, putting her arms, "is fastening thee and fixing for." "It? Has not us after Brigida, you heard it? Surely that is a hammer to in for a moment, if is him, for I thank him. When Ida went, she found old man putting beam along wall, approached him and said, 'And wish you a afternoon, are very what have done for, and she would see you. Few would have, uncle, how can we thank?' 'That will do,' he interrupted. 'I know what your opinion of me is. Go inside. I can mend the house by myself.' Brigida obeyed, for the uncle had a way that no one could challenge. All afternoon hammered around, he even climbed roof to repair missing. He to stop because he had run out of nails. By then it had become dark, and Heidi was ready to go up with him, bundled warmly in his arms. Winter. Sunshine returned the grandmother's life, brightening her. Each morning listened footsteps. The door opened and the child came in. The grandmother exclaimed each time with more joy, "Thank God she has come again." Heidi would share stories about her life, making the grandmother smile and laugh, which made fly. In old woman and say brig, is never now she. How the afternoon gone, you think, brig daughter to agree because captured her. God spares the child would often say, I hope uncle always be, he is now. Does Heidi look well, Brigida? Was a frequent question, always receiving a reassuring answer. Heidi also grew very fond of the old grandmother, and on nice days, she visited her every winter afternoon. Whenever she remembered that the grandmother was blind, she felt sad. Her only comfort was that her visits brought joy. The grandfather soon repaired the cottage. He often carried heavy loads of timber, which he used well. The grandmother said that no more rattling could be heard, and thanks to the uncle's kindness, she slept better that winter than she had in many years. Chapter 5. 2 Visitors. 2 winters passed, and Heidi was happy as spring approached, bringing the soft, gentle wind that made the fir trees roar. Soon she would be able to go up to the pasture, where blue and yellow flowers greeted her at every step. Now nearly 8 years old, she had learned to care for the goats, who followed her like little dogs. Several times, the village teacher had sent word through Peter that Heidi was needed at school, but the old man had ignored the messages and kept her with him. One beautiful morning in March, the snow was melting on the slopes, and snowdrops were peeking through the ground, signaling the arrival of spring. Heidi was running around outside when suddenly she saw an old gentleman in black standing next to her. She was frightened at first, but he said kindly, "Don't be afraid of me. I love children. Give me your hand, Heidi, and tell me where your grandfather is." "He is inside, making round wooden spoons," she replied, opening the door as she spoke. It was the old pastor of the village who had known the grandfather years ago. After stepping inside, he approached the old man and said, "Good morning, neighbor." The old man stood up in surprise and offered his visitor a seat. "Good morning, Mr. Parson. Here's a wooden chair, if it is good enough." Sitting down, the parson continued, "It has been a long time since I've seen you, neighbor. I have come to talk with you about something. I'm sure you can guess what it is." The clergyman glanced at Heidi, who was standing near the door. "Heidi, run out and see the goats," the grandfather said, "and bring them some salt. You can stay until I come." Heidi quickly disappeared. "The child should have been in school a year ago," the parson said. "Didn't you get the teacher's message? What do you plan to do with her?" "I don't want her to go to school," the old man replied stubbornly. "What do you want her to be?" "I want her to be free and happy like a bird." "But she is human, and it's time for her to learn something. I came to tell you this so you can plan for her future. She must go to school next winter. Remember that." "I won't do it, Pastor," the old man replied firmly. "Do you really think there is no way to do it?" the clergyman said, becoming a bit heated. "You know the world, for you've traveled a lot. What little sense you show." "You think I will send this delicate child to school in all kinds of weather?" the old man replied, agitated. "It's a 2-hour walk, and I won't let her go. The wind howls so fiercely that it chokes me when I go outside. Did you know her mother, Adelheid? She was a sleepwalker and had fainting fits. No one will force me to let her go. I will gladly fight this out in court." "You are completely right," said the clergyman kindly. "You can't send her to school from here. Why don't you come down to live with us again? You are living a strange life up here. I wonder how you keep the child warm in winter." "She has young blood and a good cover. I know where to find good wood, and I keep a fire going all winter. I couldn't live in the village because the people there and I despise each other. It's better to keep apart." "You are mistaken, I assure you. Make peace with God, and then you will see how happy you can be." The clergyman stood up and extended his hand warmly. "I will expect you next winter, neighbor. We will welcome you back, reconciled with God and man." But the uncle shook his visitor's hand firmly and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but you will wait in vain." "God be with you," said the parson sadly as he left. The old man was in a sour mood that day, and when Heidi asked to visit her grandmother, he grumbled, "Not today." The next day, they had hardly finished their dinner when another visitor arrived. It was Heidi's Aunt Data, wearing a hat adorned with feathers and a dress that swept the cottage floor. The uncle quietly observed her, while Data began to compliment him on Heidi's rosy cheeks. She explained that she hadn't intended to leave Heidi with him for long, knowing she must be a bother. She had tried to find another arrangement for the child and finally found a wonderful opportunity wealthy relatives who owned the largest house Frankfurt had a daughter. This girl to wheelchair needed a for lessons had from lady looking sweet to play with alongside thee. The lady was delighted the idea and wanted Data to bring Heidi. Do you want to hear what I think? Data continued. Aren't I aware of how old she is? 8 years old and ignorant of everything. They've told me you refuse to send to, and she only, to them responsible her do care her. You indifferent opportunity had I will support if I were wouldn't it go, might come that. Quiet theed his glowing, take her but bring before eyes again, I not want see feather hat here. Maid! At with expression, he angry long now your D asked will Heidi. D, passionately changing tone, continued, now you understand you to most you ever. Up close said, come child take hat, it not very, can't it will. Don be and stubborn a listen. Sending, must as, will ang how beautiful if you it come again by, will have forgiven us. I tonight asked, course toll come back. If we reach Feld today, we can train. Be home time the bundle Data the down mountain. On way they met Peter, hadn't to school. He thought it was more useful to look Pharrell than learn to read since he needed. Had had a successful day, carrying large his shoulder. When saw Heidietta, he asked where they were. Going with D, replied. I grandmother, she is waiting, it's late that you can her you come back. At the woman the with, ran and Rod's table grandmother fright was. Heidi Peter. Peter she the Peter mother ate a while and they figured what happened bling. The old woman opened a window and shouted loudly, Etet take away, don't hurt us when this, to break free. Must too. Is me, Butatet let her go, urged Heidi along by saying they might return soon. She even suggested that Heidi could bring a lovely present for the grandmother when she came back. Heidi liked this idea and started running again, insisting, I must see grandmother. You might bring her some soft white rolls. I think the black bread is too hard for her to eat, Data said. Yes, I know. She always gives it to Peter, Heidi confirmed. Let's hurry. We might make it to Frankfurt today, and then I can come back tomorrow with rolls Heidi and Data to with, to the from people in the village. I'll see Heidi pulling Data along, so say, you how the ice, sir, we have a long way to go. She people out, taking you she away from? What she? At Cheeks soon got from village it far behind. From that time on, the uncle looked angrier than ever when he came to the village. Everyone was afraid of him, and the women often told their children to keep out of his sight. He seldom came down, only to sell his cheese and buy supplies. People often commented on how it was had seen Hying, so thought was glad to go, the old alone loyal him. Anyone she them the had for that even little of. But people only them since the was andil. She again, happiness us with child. The days are long dreary and I have joy. Only I hears voice I die the old wood day. Chapter 6. A new chapter, with new things. In a beautiful house in Frankfurt lived a sick child named Clara Sesemann. She spent most of her time in a comfortable rolling chair that could be moved from room to room. Clara liked the study, where long rows of bookcases lined the walls, as it was also where she had her lessons. Clara had a thin, pale face with soft blue eyes that were now anxiously watching the clock. Finally, she said, "Oh, Miss Rottenmeier, isn't it time yet?" Miss Rottenmeier, the housekeeper, who had cared for Clara since her mother's death, wore a peculiar uniform with a long cape and a high cap on her head. Clara's father, who was often away, had entrusted her care to Miss Rottenmeier as long as Clara's wishes were respected. While Clara waited, Data arrived at the front door with Heidi. She asked the coachman if she could go upstairs. "That's not my business," the coachman grumbled. "You must ring for the butler." Sebastian, the butler, wearing a coat with large brass buttons, soon appeared. "May I see Miss Rottenmeier?" Data asked. "That's not my business," he replied coolly. "Ring for Tinette, the maid." With that, he walked away. Data rang again and soon saw a girl in a brilliant white cap coming down the stairs. The maid stopped halfway down and asked scornfully, "What do you want?" Data repeated her request, and Tinette said to wait while she went upstairs. It didn't take long before she invited them up. Following the maid, they found themselves in the study. Data held onto Heidi's hand and stayed near the door. Miss Rottenmeier, slowly getting up, approached them. She didn't seem pleased with Heidi, who stood by the door still wearing her hat and shawl and gazing at the lady's cap with innocent curiosity. "What is your name?" the lady asked. "Heidi," the child answered clearly. "What? Is that a proper Christian name? What name did you receive at baptism?" the lady inquired again. "I don't remember," Heidi replied. "What an answer! What does that mean?" the housekeeper said, shaking her head. "Is the child ignorant or rude, Miss Dita?" "I will speak for the child if I may, madam," Data said, giving Heidi a gentle nudge for her ungracious answer. "The child has never been in such a fine house and doesn't know how to behave. I hope you will forgive her manners. Her name is Adelheid, after her mother, who was my sister." "That is better. But Miss Data, the child seems odd for her age. I thought I told you that Miss Clara's companion would need to be 12 years old like her to share her studies. How old is Adelheid?" "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid she is a bit younger than I thought. I believe she is about 10. "Grandfather said I was 8, Heidi chimed in. Data gave her another nudge, but since the child didn't understand, she wasn't embarrassed. "What? Only 8 years old?" Miss Rottenmeier exclaimed angrily. "How can we manage? What have you learned? What books have you studied?" "None," Heidi answered. "But how did you learn to read?" the lady cried in surprise. "I can't read, and Peter can't either," Heidi replied. "Goodness! You can't read?" Miss Rottenmeier said, astonished. "How is that possible? What else have you studied?" "Nothing," said Heidi. "Miss Data, how could you bring this child?" the housekeeper said once she regained her composure. Data, however, was not easily intimidated and said, "I'm sorry, but I thought this would as often and not. Must now Mistress Child as a she, Quick down. To ask but find. Was she fours and wasn't what to it? Dining givingler other not his, folding, illy when him like, commented Miss Meyer horrified remark them, the after lifted, keeper harried across. Thus were at table saw, plate turned Sebastian, can had the because him, saw bread in pocket could his. He then brought dish of baked fish to Heidi. For a while the child didn't move. Finally, she turned to the butler and asked, "Must I eat that?" Sebastian nodded, but there was another long moment of silence. "Why don't you just give?" the child asked quietly, looking at her plate. The Larafling his amusement placed the dish on the table and left the room. When he gone, Miss Rotenier explained Heidi with many how to help herself at the table. Her never to speak to Sebastian except it important, the learned how address the servants and the governess properly, it call the girl, you call. Rules regarding how close doors going bed, other Heidi felt because she awake since 5. Ing against her chair, she fell asleep. When finished her, said, "I hope remember Adele?" Heidi has been asleep for quite a while now. Clara, endure, miss me, ringing the bell fully the servants and they hardly wake to show to her bedroom. Chapter 7. Miss Rottenmeier has a bad day. When Heidi woke up the next morning, she did not know where she was. She was on a high white bed in a big room. She looked around and saw long white curtains in front of the windows, some chairs, and a sofa with a colorful cover. In a corner there was a washstand with many interesting things on it. Suddenly, Heidi remembered what happened the day before. She jumped out of bed and quickly got dressed. She wanted to look at the sky and the ground, like she did at home. But she was sad when she saw that the windows were too high. She could only see walls and other windows. She tried to open the windows, but she could not. Heidi felt like a little bird in a shiny cage for the first time. Finally, she sat on a low stool and thought about the melting snow and the first flowers of spring that made her so happy. Suddenly, Tinette opened the door and said, "Breakfast is ready." Heidi did not think this was for her because the maid looked angry. She waited for what would happen next when Miss Rottenmeier came into the room and said, "What is wrong, Adelheid? Didn't you understand? Come to breakfast." Heidi quickly followed her into the dining room. Clara smiled at her, looking happier than usual because she expected something new that day. After a quiet breakfast, the two girls were allowed to go to the library together, and soon were left alone. "How can I see down to the ground?" Heidi asked. "Open a window and look out," Clara answered, smiling. "But I can't open them," Heidi said sadly. "Oh no, you can't do it, and I can't help you. But if you ask Sebastian, he will do it for you." Heidi felt better. She had felt like a prisoner in her room. Clara then asked Heidi about her home, and Heidi happily told her about her life in the hut. The tutor arrived, but he did not go to the study as he usually did. Miss Rottenmeier was excited about Heidi coming and all the problems that came with it. She had made all the plans herself. She told the teacher about the problem because she wanted him to help her get rid of Heidi. Mr. Candidate was careful with his decisions and was not afraid of teaching new students. When Miss Rottenmeier saw he would not help her, She let him go into the study alone because she was afraid of letters and numbers. While she was thinking, there was a loud noise from the next room, followed by a cry for Sebastian's help. She ran in and saw books and papers on the floor with a tablecloth on top. There was black ink all over the room. Heidi was gone. "Oh, no!" Miss Rottenmeier shouted, putting her hands on her head. "Everything is wet with ink. Has this ever happened before? This child brings us only trouble." The teacher looked at the mess, but Clara was amused by what happened. She said, "Heidi did not mean to do it, and she should not be punished." In her hurry, she pulled down the tablecloth. I think she has never seen a carriage before, because when she heard one, she ran out quickly. "Didn't I tell you, Mr. Candidate, that she does not know how to behave? She does not even know she must sit quietly during lessons. Where did she go? What will Mr. Sesemann say if she runs away?" When Miss Rottenmeier went downstairs to find Heidi, she saw her at the open door, looking down the street. "What are you doing here? How can you run away like that?" scolded Miss Rottenmeier. "I heard the fir trees, but I can't see them or hear them now," Heidi answered, looking confused. The sound of the carriage reminded her of the wind on the mountain. "Fir trees? That is silly. We are not in a forest. Come with me and see what you did." When Heidi saw the mess she made, she was surprised because she did not notice it before. "This cannot happen again," said Miss Rottenmeier seriously. "You must sit quietly during your lessons. If you get up again, I will tie you to your chair. Do you understand?" Heidi understood and promised to sit quietly during her lessons from then on. After the maids cleaned the room, it was too late for studies. No one had time to be bored that morning. In the afternoon, while Clara rested, Heidi was alone. She waited in the hall for the butler to come upstairs with the silverware. When he arrived, she said, "Can I ask you something?" She noticed the butler looked angry, so she said she did not mean any harm. "Okay, what is it?" he replied. "My name is not Miss. Please call me Heidi." "Miss Rottenmeier told me to call you Miss." "Did she?" "Okay, then that is fine. I already have 3 names," said the child. "What do you want?" asked Sebastian. "Can you open a window for me?" "Of course," he replied. Sebastian got a stool for Heidi because the window was too high for her. Disappointed, Heidi turned her head away. "I only see a stone street. Is it the same on the other side of the house?" "Yes." "Where can I go to see everything far down?" "On a church tower. Do you see that one with the golden dome? You can see everything from there." Heidi quickly got off the stool and ran downstairs. She opened the door and found herself on the street, but she could not see the tower anymore. She walked from street to street, not wanting to stop any busy people. Turning a corner, she saw a boy with a barrel organ on his back and a funny animal on his arm. Heidi ran to him and asked, "Where is the tower with the golden dome?" "I don't know," he answered. "Who can tell me?" "I don't know. Can you show me another church with a tower?" "Sure." "Then come and show me." "What will you give me?" asked the boy, holding out his hand. Heidi had nothing but a small picture of a flower. Clara had just given it to her that morning, so she did not want to give it away. But the wish to see far down into the valley was too strong, so she offered him the picture. The boy shook his head. "What else do you want?" "Money." "I have none, but Clara does. How much?" 20 pennies. "Okay, but come." As they walked down the street, Heidi learned what a barrel organ was, as she had never seen one before. When they arrived at an old church with a tower, Heidi was not sure what to do, but she found a bell and pulled it with all her strength. The boy said he would wait for her and show her the way home if she gave him double the payment. The door creaked open, and an old man appeared. In an angry voice, he asked, "Why did you ring? Can't you see it is only for those who want to see the tower?" "But I do," said Heidi. "What do you want to see? Did someone send you?" asked the man. "No, I just want to look down from up there." "Go home and don't try again." He was going to shut the door, but Heidi held onto his coat and begged him to let her in. The old man saw her eyes were full of tears. "Okay, come in if you really want to," he said, taking her hand. They climbed many, many steps that kept getting narrower. When they reached the top, the old man lifted Heidi to the open window. Heidi saw only a sea of chimneys, roofs, and towers, and her heart sank. "Oh dear, this is not what I thought it would be," she said. "See? What does a little girl know about a view? We will go down now, and you must promise not to ring my bell again." On the way down, they passed an attic where a big gray cat was taking care of her kittens in a basket. This cat caught mice every day because the old tower was full of them. Heidi looked at them with surprise and was happy when the old man opened the basket. "What cute kittens! What lovely little creatures!" she exclaimed when she saw them playing, jumping, and rolling around. "Do you want one?" the old man asked. "For me? To keep?" Heidi asked, surprised. "Yes, of course. You can have many if you have space for them," the old man said, glad to find a good home for the kittens. Heidi was very happy. There was enough room in the big house, and Clara would love the little kittens. "How can I take them with me?" Heidi asked after trying to catch one without success. "I can bring them to your house if you tell me where you live," said her new friend while he pet the old cat, who had been with him for many years. "Bring them to Mr. Sesam's house. There is a golden dog on the door with a ring in its mouth." The old man had lived in the tower for a long time and knew everyone, including Sebastian. "I know," he said. "But who should I send them to? Do you belong to Mr. Sesame?" "No, please send them to Clara. She will like them very much." Heidi did not want to leave the adorable kittens, so the old man put one in each of her pockets to make her feel better. Then she left. The boy was waiting for her, and when she said goodbye to the tower keeper, she asked the boy, "Do you know where Mr. Sesame's house is?" "No," he said. Heidi described it the best she could until the boy remembered. They started walking, and soon Heidi found herself ringing the doorbell. When Sebastian arrived, he said, "Hurry up." Heidi went in, and the boy stayed outside because Sebastian did not see him. "Come up quickly, little miss," he urged. "Everyone is waiting for you in the dining room. Miss Rottenmeier looks very angry. How could you run away like that? Heidi sat down quietly. No one said a word, and the room was silent. Finally, Miss Rottenmeier spoke in a serious voice. I will talk to you later, Adelheid. How can you leave the house without saying anything? Your behavior was very bad. How could you walk around so late? Meow, was the answer. I did not, Heidi started. Meow. Sebastian nearly dropped the dish on the table and left the room. That is enough, Miss Rottenmeier tried to say, but her voice was filled with anger. Get up and leave the room. Heidi stood up. She started again. I made... Meow! 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 Heidi, said Clara, why do you keep saying meow when Miss Rottenmeier is angry? I am not doing it. It is the kittens, she explained. What? Cats? Kittens? Screamed the housekeeper. Sebastian, Tinette, take those terrible things away. Then she ran into the study and locked herself in, scared of the kittens more than anything else. After Sebastian stopped laughing, he came back into the room. He had expected the excitement when he saw the kittens when Heidi arrived. Now, the room was peaceful. Clara held the little kittens in her lap, and Heidi knelt beside her. They both played happily with the two cute creatures. The butler promised to take care of the kittens and made a bed for them in a basket. A long time later, when it was time for bed, Miss Rottenmeier slowly opened the door. Are they gone? She asked. Yes, the butler replied, quickly taking the kittens away. The talk Miss Rottenmeier planned to have with Heidi was put off until the next day because she felt too tired after the fright. They all went quietly to bed, and the children were happy knowing their kittens had a cozy bed. Chapter 8. Great Disturbances in the Sesamon House. A little while after the tutor came the next morning, the doorbell rang very loudly. Sebastian thought it was Mr. Sesamon. He was surprised to see a dirty street boy with a barrel organ on his back. What do you mean by ringing the bell like that? Said the butler. I want to see Clara, said the boy. Can't you say Miss Clara, you dirty boy? Sebastian replied harshly. She owes me 40 pennies, said the boy. You are crazy. How do you know Miss Clara is here? I showed her the way yesterday, and she promised to give me 40 pennies. What nonsense! Miss Clara never goes out. You better leave before I send you away. But the boy did not move. I saw her. She has curly hair, black eyes, and talks funny, he said. Sebastian chuckled quietly. Oh, that was the little miss. He pulled the boy into the house and said, Okay, you can wait at the door. I will call you, and then you can play something for Miss Clara. Sebastian knocked at the study door and said, There is a boy here who wants to see Miss Clara. Clara was happy to have a visitor. Can he come up right away, Mr. Candidate? She asked. But the boy was already inside and started to play. Miss Rottenmeier was in the next room and heard the music. Where did it come from? She hurried into the study and saw the street boy playing for the excited children. Stop! Stop! She shouted, but her voice was lost in the music. Suddenly, she jumped back in surprise when a black turtle crawled between her feet. Only when she screamed for Sebastian could anyone hear her. The butler came right in because he had seen everything from the door, and it was quite a scene. Miss Rottenmeier was so scared that she could only sit frozen in a chair. She yelled, "Send the boy away! Take them away!" Sebastian pulled the boy with him and said, "Here are 40 pennies from Miss Clara and 40 more for your music. Well done, my boy." Then he closed the door behind him. Miss Rottenmeier decided to stay in the study to stop more disturbances. Suddenly there was another knock at the door. Sebastian came in with a big basket that had been brought for Clara. "We should have our lesson before we look at it," Miss Rottenmeier said. But Clara asked her tutor, "Oh, please, Mr. Candidate, can we just peek inside to see what it is?" "I'm afraid you won't think of anything else," the teacher said. Just then, something in the basket moved, and 1, 2, 3, and more little kittens jumped out, running all around the room very fast. They jumped on the tutor's boots and bit his trousers. They climbed up Miss Rottenmeier's dress and crawled around her feet. Meowing and running, they made a big mess. Clara exclaimed, "Oh, look at the cute little creatures! Look how they jump! Heidi, look at that one, and oh, see the one over there?" Heidi followed them while the teacher tried to get them off her. When the housekeeper calmed down from the shock, she called for help. The servant soon came and safely put the little kittens in the new bed. No one had time to be bored that day. That evening, when Miss Rottenmeier was alone with the children, she began seriously, "Adelheid, there is only one punishment for you. I will send you to the cellar to think about your bad behavior with the rats." The cellar didn't scare Heidi, because in her grandfather's cellar, there was fresh milk and good cheese, and no rats lived there. But Clara cried, "Oh, Miss Rottenmeier, please wait until Papa comes home, and then he can punish Heidi." The lady replied reluctantly, "Okay, Clara, but I will also talk to Mr. Sesemann." With that, she left the room. Since Heidi came, everything had been a mess, and Miss Rottenmeier often felt unhappy, although nothing special happened for a few days. On the other hand, Clara enjoyed her friends' company because she always did funny things. During lessons, Clara could never get her letters right. They meant nothing to her, except they made her think of goats and eagles. The girls spent their evenings together, and Heidi entertained Clara with stories about her life until she felt a strong desire to go home. She said, "I have to go home now. I must go tomorrow." Clara's calming words and the thought of bringing rolls for her grandmother kept her there. Every day after dinner, Heidi stayed alone in her room for some hours. Thinking of the green fields at home and the sparkling flowers on the mountains, she would sit in a corner until she felt the longing too strong to bear. Her aunt had told her clearly that she could go back whenever she wanted, so one day she decided to leave for the Alm hut. In a hurry, she packed some bread in her red shawl, put on her old straw hat, and started to go. But she did not get far. At the door, she ran into Miss Rottenmeier, who stared at her in surprise. "What are you doing?" she yelled. "Haven't I told you not to run away? You look like a beggar." "I was just going home," whispered the scared child. "What? You want to run away from this house? What would Mr. Sesemann say? What is wrong here? Don't you get better treatment than you deserve? Have you ever had such good food, service, and a room? Answer." "No," was Heidi's reply. Don't I know that? The angry lady continued. What an ungrateful child you are, just lazy and useless. But Heidi could not take it any more. She cried loudly, Oh, I want to go home. What will poor Snowhopper do without me? Grandmother is waiting for me every day. Poor Thistlefinch gets hit if Peter does not have cheese, and I must see the sun again when he says goodnight to the mountains. How the eagle would scream if he saw all these people in Frankfurt. Oh, my goodness, the child is crazy, Miss Rottenmeier exclaimed as she ran up the stairs. In her hurry, she bumped into Sebastian, who was coming down. Bring the unlucky child up, she shouted to him, rubbing her head. Okay, thank you, the butler said, also rubbing his head because he had bumped into something much harder than she had. When he came down, he saw Heidi near the door with bright eyes, shaking all over. Cheerfully, he asked, What happened, little one? Do not worry and cheer up. She nearly hit my head just now, but we must not get discouraged. Oh no, come on, let's go up. Heidi walked upstairs very slowly. Seeing her so changed, Sebastian said, Don't be sad. You have been so brave until now. I have never heard you cry. Come on, and when she is away, we will look at the kittens. They are running around like crazy. Nodding sadly, the child disappeared into her room. That night at supper, Miss Rottenmeier watched Heidi closely, but nothing happened. Heidi sat quietly as a mouse, hardly eating her food except for a small roll. The next morning, while talking with the tutor, Miss Rottenmeier expressed her worries about Heidi's mind. But the teacher had more serious problems because Heidi had not even learned her A, B, C during all this time. Heidi needed clothes, so Clara gave her some. Miss Rottenmeier was busy organizing Heidi's clothes when she suddenly returned. Adelheid, she said scornfully, what is this? A big pile of bread in your wardrobe. I have never seen anything like it. Yes, Clara, it is true. Then, calling Tinette, she ordered her to take the bread and the old straw hat away. No, don't. I must keep my hat. The bread is for grandmother. Heidi cried in despair. You stay here while we take away this junk, the lady said firmly. Heidi threw herself on Clara's chair and cried as if her heart would break. Now I can't bring grandmother any rolls. Oh, they were for grandmother, she lamented. Heidi, don't cry anymore, Clara pleaded. Listen, when you go home someday, I will give you as many rolls as you had, and even more. They will be much softer and better than the old ones you saved. Those were not fit to eat, Heidi. Please stop crying. Only after a long time did Heidi calm down. When she heard Clara's promise, she asked, Are you really going to give me as many as I had? At supper, Heidi's eyes were puffy, and it was still hard for her not to cry. Sebastian made strange signs to her, but she did not understand what he meant. Later, when she climbed into her high bed, she found her old beloved straw hat hidden under her blankets. So Sebastian had kept it for her and had tried to let her know. She hugged it with joy, wrapped it in a handkerchief, and hid it in the farthest corner of her wardrobe. Chapter 9. The master of the house hears about strange events. A few days later, there was a lot of excitement in the Sesamon house because the master of the house had just come home. The servants were carrying many things upstairs, as Mr. Sesemann always brought back lovely gifts. When he entered his daughter's room, Heidi shyly moved to a corner. He greeted Clara warmly, and she was very happy to see him because she loved her father very much. Then he called to Heidi, "Oh, there is our little Swiss girl. Come and shake my hand. That's right. Are you girls good friends? You don't fight, do you?" "Oh, no. Clara is always nice to me," Heidi replied. "Papa, Heidi has never even tried to fight," Clara quickly added. "That's good to hear," said her father as he stood up. "I must go eat dinner now because I am hungry. I will come back soon and show you what I have brought." In the dining room, he found Miss Rottenmeier looking very serious as she inspected the table. "You do not look very happy to see me, Miss Rottenmeier. What is wrong?" "Clara looks fine," he said. "Oh, Mr. Sesemann, we have been very disappointed," the lady replied. "What do you mean?" asked Mr. Sesemann, calmly drinking his wine. "We had decided, as you know, to find a companion for Clara. I thought of this Swiss child because you wanted a noble, pure child. I hoped she would be like a breath of fresh air, hardly touching the ground. I think even Swiss children must touch the ground, or they would need wings. I mean, the child has brought terrible animals into the house. Mr. Candidate can tell you." "The child does not look terrible. But what do you mean?" "I cannot explain it well because sometimes she does not seem right in her mind." Mr. Sesemann was starting to worry when the tutor entered. "Oh, Mr. Candidate, I hope you can explain. Please have a cup of coffee with me and tell me about my daughter's companion. Make it short, please." But it was hard for Mr. Candidate to be short. He had to greet Mr. Sesemann first. Then he began to reassure him about the child, explaining that her education had been neglected and so on. But poor Mr. Sesemann did not get his answer and had to listen to a long discussion about the child's character. Finally, Mr. Sesemann got up, saying, "Excuse me, Mr. Candidate, but I must go to Clara now." He found the children in the study. Turning to Heidi, who stood up when he approached, he said, "Come, little one, get me a glass of water." "Fresh water?" "Of course, fresh water," he replied. When Heidi left, he sat down next to Clara, holding her hand. "Tell me, little Clara," he asked. "Please tell me what animals Heidi has brought into the house. Is she really not right in her mind?" Clara began to tell her father about the kittens and the turtle, and explained Heidi's comments that had scared Miss Rottenmeier. Mr. Sesemann laughed loudly and asked Clara if she wanted Heidi to stay. "Of course, Papa. Since she has been here, something fun happens every day. It was so boring before, but now Heidi keeps me company." Very good, Clara. Oh, here is your friend back. Did you get nice fresh water?" asked Mr. Sesemann. Heidi handed him the glass and said, "Yes, fresh from the fountain." "You didn't go to the fountain yourself, did you, Heidi?" asked Clara. "Of course, but I had to go far away because many people were at the first and second fountains. I had to go down another street to get it. A gentleman with white hair sends his regards to you, Mr. Sesemann." Clara's father laughed and asked, "Who was the gentleman?" When he saw me at the fountain with a glass, he stopped and said, "Please give me a drink, for you have a glass. To whom are you bringing the water?" I said, "I am bringing it to Mr. Sesemann." He laughed loudly when he heard that and sent his regards, wishing that you enjoy your drink. I wonder who it was. What did he look like? He has a friendly laugh and wears a gold pendant with a red stone on his thick gold chain. There is a horse's head on his cane. Oh, that was the doctor. That was my old doctor, both father and daughter exclaimed at the same time. In the evening, Mr. Sesemann told Miss Rottenmeier that Heidi would stay because the children were very fond of each other. He found Heidi nice and normal. "I want the child to be treated kindly," added Mr. Sesemann firmly. "Her differences must not be punished. My mother is coming soon to help you with the child. There is no one in the world who cannot get along with my mother, as you know, Miss Rottenmeier." "Of course I know that, Mr. Sesemann," said the lady, but she was not very happy about it. Mr. Sesemann stayed for only 2 weeks because his work called him back to Paris. He comforted Clara by saying that his mother would arrive soon. Hardly had Mr. Sesemann left when Clara's grandmother's visit was announced for the next day. Clara was excited about the visit and told Heidi so much about her dear grandmother that Heidi began to call her grandmother too, which displeased Miss Rottenmeier. She thought that Heidi did not deserve such closeness. Chapter 10. A Grandmama. The next evening, there was a lot of excitement in the house. Tinette had put on a new cap, Sebastian was setting footstools in front of almost every chair, and Miss Rottenmeier walked around the house proudly, checking everything. When the carriage finally arrived, the servants ran downstairs, followed by Miss Rottenmeier more slowly. Heidi had been sent to her room to wait, but soon Tinette opened the door and said brusquely, "Go into the study." The grandmother, with her kind and loving way, quickly made friends with Heidi, making her feel as if they had known each other forever. To the housekeeper's embarrassment, she called the child Heidi and said to Miss Rottenmeier, "If a child's name is Heidi, I will call her so." The housekeeper soon learned that she must respect the grandmother's ways. Mrs. Sesemann knew what was happening in the house the moment she entered it. The next afternoon, Clara was resting, and when the old lady had closed her eyes for 5 minutes, she got up and went to the dining room. Suspecting that the housekeeper was sleeping, she knocked loudly on the lady's door. After a bit, Miss Rottenmeier appeared with a confused look on her face. "Rottenmeier, where is the child? What is she doing?" "I want to know," said Mrs. Sesemann. "She just sits in her room doing nothing. She has no wish to do anything useful, and that is why she thinks of such silly things that we can hardly talk about them," replied the housekeeper. "I would do the same thing if I were left alone like that. Please bring her to my room now. I want to show her some nice books I have brought." "That is the problem. What should she do with books? She hasn't even learned her ABC. It is impossible to teach this child anything. If Mr. Candidate was not as patient as an angel, he would have given up teaching her long ago." "How strange. To me the child does not look like someone who cannot learn her letters," said Mrs. Sesemann. "Please bring her to me now. We can at least look at the pictures." The housekeeper was going to say more, but the old lady had already turned and gone to her room. She began to think about what she had heard about Heidi and decided to investigate. When Heidi arrived, she looked at the beautiful pictures in the large books that Grandmama was showing her with wide eyes. Suddenly, she screamed because she saw a picture of a peaceful flock of sheep grazing on a green field. In the middle stood a shepherd with his crook, and the setting sun was shining a golden light over everything. With excited eyes, Heidi enjoyed the scene, but then she began to cry. The grandmother took Heidi's little hand and said in a soft voice, "Come now, child, you must not cry. Did this remind you of something? Now stop, and I will tell you the story tonight. There are lovely stories in this book that people can read and share. Dry your tears now, darling. I must ask you something. Stand up and look at me. Now we can be happy again." Heidi did not stop crying right away, but the kind lady gave her time to calm down, saying from time to time, "Now it's all over. Now we can be happy again." When the child was quiet, the grandmother asked, "Tell me how your lessons are going. What have you learned, my child?" "Nothing," Heidi sighed, "but I knew I could never learn it." "What can't you learn?" "I can't learn to read. It is too hard." "What did you hear that from? Who told you this?" "Peter told me, and he tried many times, but he couldn't do it because it is too hard." "Well, what kind of boy is he?" "Heidi, you must not believe what Peter tells you. You should try for yourself. I am sure you were not paying attention when Mr. Candidate showed you the letters." "It's no use," Heidi said, sounding resigned. "I will tell you something, Heidi," said the kind lady. "You have not learned to read because you believed what Peter said. You must believe me now, and I promise you will learn it very quickly, just like many other children do, who are like you and not like Peter. When you can read, I will give you this book. You have seen the shepherd on the green field, and you will discover all the amazing things that happen to him. Yes, you can hear the whole story about what he does with his sheep and goats. Would you like to know, Heidi?" Heidi listened carefully and replied with bright eyes, "If I could only read already. It won't be long, I can see that. Come now, let us go to Clara." With that, they went to the study. Since Heidi tried to run away, she had changed a lot. She realized that leaving would hurt her kind friends, especially Clara and her father and the grandmother, because they would think she was ungrateful. But the burden in her heart grew heavier, making her lose her appetite and grow paler. At night, she couldn't sleep because she longed to see the mountains, flowers, and sunshine. Only in her dreams was she happy. In the morning, she would wake up in her high white bed, far away from home. Often she would bury her head in her pillow and cry for a long time. Mrs. Sessman noticed the child's sadness, but waited a few days, hoping things would change. But there was no change, and often Heidi's eyes were red in the morning. So one day she called the child into her room and said with sympathy in her voice, "Tell me, Heidi, what is the matter? Why are you so sad?" But wanting to seem grateful, Heidi replied sadly, "I can't tell you." "No? Maybe you can tell Clara?" "Oh no, I can't tell anyone," said Heidi, looking so unhappy that the old lady felt pity for her. "Little girl, I will tell you something," she continued. "If you have a sorrow you cannot share, you can go to our Father in heaven. You can tell him everything that troubles you, and if we ask him, he can help us and take away our suffering. Do you understand? Don't you pray every night? Don't you thank him for all his gifts and ask him to protect you from evil?" "Oh no, I never do that," replied Heidi. "You have never prayed, Heidi? Do you know what I mean? I only prayed with my first grandmother, but that was so long ago I have forgotten." "See, Heidi, I understand why you are so unhappy. We all need someone to help us, and think how wonderful it is to be able to go to the Lord whenever something troubles us. We can tell him everything and ask him to comfort us when no one else can. He can give us happiness and joy." Heidi felt happy at these words and asked, "Can we tell him everything, everything?" "Yes, Heidi, everything." Withdrew her hand from the grandmother. Heidi said quickly, "Can I go now?" "Yes, of course," was the reply, and Heidi ran to her room. She sat down on a stool, folded her hands, and poured out her heart to God, asking him to help her and let her go home to her grandfather. About a week later, Mr. Candidate asked to see Mrs. Sessman to tell her about something unusual. When called to the ladies' room, he began, "Mrs. Sessman, something has happened that I never expected," and with many more words, he happily informed the grandmother that Heidi had suddenly learned to read very well, which is rare for beginners. "Many strange things happen in this world," remarked Mrs. Sessman as they went to the study to witness Heidi's new skill. Heidi was sitting close to Clara, reading her a story. She seemed amazed by the new world that had opened up to her. At supper, Heidi found the large book with beautiful pictures on her plate, and looking at the grandmother doubtfully, she saw the old lady nod. "Now it belongs to you, Heidi," she said. "Forever, even when I go home?" Heidi asked, overwhelmed with joy. "Certainly, forever," the grandmother replied. "Tomorrow we will begin to read it." "But Heidi, you must not go home, not for many years," Clara exclaimed. "Especially when Grandmama leaves. You must stay with me." That night, Heidi looked at her book before bed, and it became her greatest treasure. She would look at the beautiful pictures and read the stories aloud to Clara. The grandmother would quietly listen and explain things here and there, making it even more lovely. Heidi loved the pictures of the shepherd best. They told the story of the prodigal son, and she would read and reread it until she nearly knew it by heart. Since she learned to read and had the book, the days seemed to fly by, and the time for the grandmother's departure grew near. Chapter 11. Heidi gains some things and loses others. Every day after dinner, Grandma sent for Heidi while Clara was resting, and Miss Rottenmeier went to her room. She talked to Heidi in many ways, showing her how to make clothes for the pretty dolls she had brought. Without realizing it, Heidi learned to sew and made lovely dresses and coats for the dolls using beautiful materials that Grandma gave her. Often Heidi would read to the old lady. The more she read the stories, the more she loved them. She lived every moment with the characters in the tales and was always happy to be with them again. But she did not look really cheerful, and her eyes did not shine brightly as they once did. In the last week of Mrs. Sesam's stay, Heidi was called again to the old lady's room. The child entered with her beloved book under her arm. Mrs. Sesame pulled Heidi close and, putting the book aside, said, "Come, child, tell me why you are so sad. Do you still have the same sorrow?" "Yes," Heidi answered. "Did you tell it to our Lord?" "Yes." "Do you pray to him every day to make you happy again and take away your sadness?" "Oh, no, I don't pray any more." "What do I hear, Heidi? Why don't you pray?" "It does not help, for God has not listened." "I don't wonder," she added, "because if all the people in Frankfurt pray every night, he cannot listen to them all. I am sure he has not heard me." "Really? How are you so sure?" "Because I have prayed for the same thing for many weeks, and God has not done what I asked." "That is not the right way, Heidi. You see, God in heaven is a good Father to all of us, who knows what we need better than we do. When we ask for something that is not good for us, He gives us something much better if we trust Him and do not lose faith in His love. I am sure what you asked for was not the best for you right now. He has heard you because He can hear everyone's prayers at the same time. He is almighty and not like us. He has heard your prayers and said, "Yes, Heidi will get what she is praying for in time." Now, while God was looking down at you, you stopped trusting Him and turned away. If God does not hear your prayers anymore, He will forget you and let you go. Don't you want to go back to Him and ask His forgiveness? Pray to Him every day and hope in Him that He may bring joy and happiness to you. Heidi listened carefully. She trusted the old lady completely, and her words made a deep impression on her. Full of regret, she said, "I will go and ask our Father to forgive me. I will never forget Him again." "That's right, Heidi. I am sure He will help you in time if you just trust Him." Grandma comforted her. Heidi went to her room and prayed hard to God, asking Him to forgive her and fulfill her wish. The day of departure came, but Mrs. Sesame arranged everything so that the children hardly realized she was leaving. Still, everything felt empty and quiet after she was gone, and the children did not know how to pass the time. The next day, Heidi came to Clara in the afternoon and asked, "Can I always read to you now, Clara?" Clara agreed, and Heidi began. But she did not get very far because the story told of a grandmother's death. Suddenly she cried out, "Oh, now Grandma is dead," and began to weep in a pitiful way. Whatever Heidi read always felt real to her, and now she thought of her own grandmother at home. Louder and louder she sobbed, "Now poor Grandma is dead, and I can never see her again. And she never even got one single roll." Clara tried to explain the mix-up, but Heidi was too upset. She imagined how terrible it would be if her dear old grandfather died while she was away. How lonely and quiet it would be in the hut. Miss Rottenmeier heard the commotion and approached the crying child with impatience. "Adelheid, now you have cried enough. If I hear you making this noise again, I will take your book away forever." Heidi turned pale at that, for the book was her greatest treasure. Quickly drying her tears, she choked back her sobs. After that, Heidi never cried again. Often she struggled to hold back her tears and made strange faces to stop herself. Clara often looked at her in surprise, but Miss Rottenmeier did not notice and found no reason to follow through on her threat. However, the poor child grew more and more sad each day and looked so thin and pale that Sebastian became worried. He tried to encourage her at the table to help herself to the delicious food, but she would weakly let it pass and barely touch it. At night, she cried quietly, her heart breaking with longing to go home. Time went by like this. Heidi never knew if it was summer or winter, as the opposite walls never changed. They rarely went out because Clara could only go a short distance. They only saw streets, houses, and busy people. No grass, no fir trees, and no mountains. Heidi struggled against her sadness, but it was in vain. Autumn and winter passed, and Heidi knew the time was coming when Peter would take his goats up to the Alps, where the flowers were shining in the sunshine and the mountains were beautiful. She would sit in a corner of her room, covering her eyes with her hands to block out the bright sunlight on the opposite wall. There she would remain, heartbroken with longing, until Clara called her to come. Chapter 12. The Sesamon house is haunted for several days. Miss Rottenmeier walked quietly around the house. As she moved from room to room or along the hallways, she often glanced back as if she feared someone was following her. Whenever she needed to go to the upper floor, where the beautiful guest rooms were, or to the lower floor where the big ballroom was, she always asked Tinette to come with her. Strangely, none of the servants would go anywhere alone, and always found excuses to ask each other for company, which they gladly agreed to. The cook, who had worked in the house for many years, often shook her head and muttered, "I can't believe I am seeing this." Something strange was happening in the house. Every morning, when the servants came downstairs, they found the front door wide open. At first, everyone thought that someone must have robbed the house, but nothing was missing. Every morning it was the same, even with the double locks on the door. Finally, John and Sebastian, gathering their courage, decided to keep watch one night to see who the ghost was. Equipped with some strong drinks, they went to a room downstairs. They talked for a while, but soon grew sleepy and leaned back in their chairs. When the clock in the old church tower struck 1, Sebastian woke up and tried to wake John, which was not easy. Eventually, John was fully awake, and they both went out into the hall. At that moment, a strong wind blew out the light John was holding. He rushed back, nearly knocking over Sebastian behind him, pulling the butler into the room and locking the door in a panic. When the light was lit again, Sebastian noticed that John was pale and shaking like a leaf. Sebastian, having seen nothing, anxiously asked, "What is wrong? What did you see?" The door was open and a white figure was on the stairs. "It went up and disappeared instantly," John gasped. Cold shivers ran down Sebastian's back. They sat still until morning came. Then, locking the door, they went upstairs to tell the housekeeper what they had seen. The lady, who was waiting eagerly, listened to their tale, and immediately sat down to write to Mr. Sesemann. She told him that fear had paralyzed her fingers and that terrible things were happening in the house. Then she described the ghost. Mr. Sesemann responded that he could not leave his business, but advised Miss Rottenmeier to ask his mother to come and stay with them, saying Mrs. Sesemann would easily handle the ghost. Miss Rottenmeier was offended by the tone of the letter, which did not seem to treat her concern seriously. Mrs. Sesemann also replied that she could not come, so the housekeeper decided to tell the children everything. Clara, hearing the spooky story, immediately exclaimed that she would not stay alone another moment and wanted her father to come home. The housekeeper agreed to sleep with the frightened child, while Heidi, having no idea what ghosts were, was completely unfazed. Another letter was sent to Mr. Sesemann, telling him that the excitement might seriously affect his daughter's delicate health and mentioning the unfortunate events that might occur if he did not remove this terror from the household. This brought Mr. Sesemann back. After he arrived, he went to his daughter's room and was happy to see her well. Clara was also glad to see her father. "What new tricks has the ghost played on you, Miss Rottenmeier?" Mr. Sesemann asked with a twinkle in his eye. "It is no joke, Mr. Sesemann," replied the lady seriously. "I am sure you will not laugh tomorrow. These strange events show that something secret and terrible has happened in this house in the past." "Is that so? This is new to me," said Mr. Sesemann. "But please do not blame my ancestors. Please call Sebastian. I want to speak to him alone." Mr. Sesemann knew that the two were not on good terms, so he said to the butler, "Come here, Sebastian, and tell me honestly if you have been pretending to be a ghost just to entertain Miss Rottenmeier." "No, upon my word, sir, you must not think that," Sebastian replied sincerely. "I don't enjoy it at all." "Well, I will show you and John what ghosts look like during the day. You should be ashamed of yourselves, strong young men. Now go to my old friend, Dr. Classen, and tell him to come to me at 9 o'clock tonight. Tell him that I came from Paris especially to consult him and that I want him to stay up with me all night. Do you understand, Sebastian?" "Yes, indeed. I will do as you say, Mr. Sesemann." Mr. Sesemann then went upstairs to comfort Clara. Right at 9 o'clock the doctor arrived. Although his hair was gray, his face was still fresh, and his eyes sparkled with kindness. When he saw his friend, he laughed and said, "Well, you look pretty healthy for someone who needs to be watched all night." "Patience, my old friend," replied Mr. Sesemann. "I fear the person we need to stay up for will look worse, but first we must catch him." "What? Is someone sick in the house? What do you mean?" asked the doctor. "Far worse, doctor, far worse. There is a ghost in the house. My house is haunted." When the doctor laughed, Mr. Sesemann continued, "I call that sympathy. I wish my friend Miss Rottenmeier could hear you. She believes an old Sesemann is wandering around, making up for some terrible deed." "How did she meet him?" asked the doctor, amused. Mr. Sesemann explained the situation. He said that either it was a bad joke by an acquaintance of the servants or a group of thieves who would surely rob his house after scaring the people. With these explanations, they entered the room where the two servants had kept watch before. There were some bottles of wine on the table, and two bright candelabra provided good light. Two revolvers were ready for emergencies. They left the door only partly open, so too much light wouldn't scare away the ghost. Then, sitting comfortably, the two men passed the time chatting and sipping wine. "The ghost seems to have spotted us and probably won't come tonight," said the doctor. "We must be patient. It is said to come at 1, replied his friend. So they talked until 1 o'clock. Everything was quiet, and no sounds came from the street. Suddenly the doctor raised his finger. "Shh, Sesamon, don't you hear something?" As they listened, the latch was undone, the key turned, and the door swung open. Mr. Sesamon grabbed his revolver. "I hope you are not afraid?" asked the doctor, getting up. "Better to be cautious," whispered Mr. Sesamon, grabbing the candelabrum with his other hand. The doctor followed him with his revolver and the light, and together they stepped into the hall. In the doorway stood a motionless white figure, lit by the moonlight. "Who is there?" thundered the doctor, approaching the figure. It turned and gave a small cry. It was Heidi in her white nightgown and bare feet, looking confused at the bright light and the weapons. She was shaking with fear, while the two men stared at her in amazement. "Sesamon, this seems to be your little water carrier," said the doctor. "Child, what does this mean?" asked Mr. Sesamon. "Why did you come down here?" Pale with fright, Heidi said, "I don't know." The doctor stepped forward. "Sesamon, this is my area. Please sit down while I take her to bed." Putting his revolver aside, he led the trembling child upstairs. "Don't be afraid. It's all right. Just be quiet. Don't worry." When they arrived in Heidi's room, the doctor carefully put her to bed, covering her warmly. He drew a chair near the bed and waited until Heidi calmed down and stopped shaking. Then, taking her hand in his, he said kindly, "Now everything is all right again. Tell me, where did you want to go?" "I didn't want to go anywhere," Heidi assured him. "I didn't mean to go, I just ended up here all of a sudden." "Really? Tell me, what did you dream?" "Oh, I have the same dream every night. I always think I am with my grandfather again, and I can hear the fir trees rustling. I always think how beautiful the stars must be, and then I open the door of the hut, and oh, it's so wonderful. But when I wake up, I am always in Frankfurt." Heidi fought back the sobs rising in her throat. "Does your back or head hurt, child?" "No, but I feel as if a big stone were pressing on me here." "As if you had eaten something that disagreed with you?" "Oh, no, but it's as if I want to cry hard." "So, you cry out, don't you?" "Oh, no, I must never do that, for Miss Rottenmeier has forbidden it." "Then you hold it inside?" "Yes." "Do you like being here?" "Oh, yes," she replied hesitantly. "Where did you live with your grandfather?" "Up in the Alps." "But wasn't it a little lonely there?" "Oh, no, it was so beautiful." But Heidi could say no more. The memories, the excitement of the night, and all her suppressed sadness overwhelmed her. Tears rushed down her cheeks, and she broke into loud sobs. The doctor observed her and said soothingly, It's okay to cry. You'll fall asleep later, and when you wake up, everything will be better." Then he left the room. Rejoining his worried friend downstairs, he said, "Sesman, the little girl is a sleepwalker, and she has unknowingly scared your entire household. Additionally, she is so homesick that her little body has worn away. We must act quickly. The only remedy for her is to return her to the fresh mountain air. She must go back tomorrow." "What? Sick, a sleepwalker, and wasted away in my house? No one even suspected it. You think I should send this child back in this condition when she came here healthy?" "No, doctor. Ask for anything but that. Treat her and help her get well, but let her be healthy before I send her back." "Sesamon," the doctor replied seriously, "think about what you are saying. We cannot cure her with medicine. The child does not have a strong constitution, and if you keep her here, she may never get well. If you return her to the mountain air she is used to, she will likely recover completely." When Mr. Sesamon heard this, he said, "If that is your advice, we should act quickly. This is the only way then." With these words, Mr. Sesamon took his friend's arm and walked around with him to discuss the situation. When everything was settled, the doctor took his leave, as morning had already come and sunlight was shining through the door. Chapter 13. Up the ALP. On a summer evening, Mr. Sesamon hurried upstairs, knocking at the housekeeper's door. He asked her to hurry because preparations for a journey needed to be made. Miss Rottenmeier came out with great annoyance, for it was only 4:30 in the morning. She dressed quickly, but struggled because she was nervous and excited. All the other servants were also called, and everyone thought the master of the house had been attacked by a ghost and was ringing for help. When they all came downstairs with scared faces, they were surprised to find Mr. Sesamon looking fresh and cheerful, giving orders. John was sent to get the horses ready, Tinette was told to prepare Heidi for her departure, and Sebastian was tasked with fetching Heidi's aunt. Mr. Sesamon instructed the housekeeper to pack a trunk quickly for Heidi. Miss Rottenmeier was extremely disappointed, as she had hoped for an explanation of the strange happenings. However, Mr. Sesamon, clearly not in the mood to talk, went to his daughter's room. Clara had been awakened by the unusual noises and was listening eagerly. Her father told her what had happened and that the doctor had ordered Heidi to return home because her condition was serious and could worsen. She might even try to climb or do something dangerous if she was not cured. Clara was shocked and tried to stop her father from going through with the plan. He remained firm, promising to take her to Switzerland himself the following summer if she behaved well now. Resigned, the child asked to have Heidi's trunk packed in her room. Mr. Sesamon encouraged her to gather a nice outfit for her little friend. Meanwhile, Heidi's aunt had arrived. When told to take Heidi home, she made many excuses that clearly showed she did not want to do it, as she remembered her uncle's last words. Mr. Sesamon dismissed her and called for Sebastian. The butler was told to prepare for traveling with the child. He was to go to Basel that day and spend the night in a good hotel that Mr. Sesamon named. The next day, the child was to be taken home. "Listen, Sebastian," Mr. Sesamon said, "and do exactly as I tell you. I know the hotel in Basel. and if you show my card, they will give you good accommodations. Go to the child's room and barricade the windows so they can only be opened with great force. When Heidi goes to bed, lock the door from the outside, for the child walks in her sleep and might get hurt in the strange hotel. She might get up and open the door. Do you understand? Oh, so it was her? Exclaimed the butler. Yes, it was. You are a coward, and you can tell John he is the same. Silly men being afraid. With that, Mr. Sesamon went to his room to write a letter to Heidi's grandfather. Feeling ashamed, Sebastian told himself he should have stood up to John and figured it all out on his own. Heidi was dressed in her Sunday dress and was waiting for further instructions. Mr. Sesamon called her over. "Good morning, Mr. Sesamon," Heidi said when she entered. "What do you think about it, little one?" he asked her. Heidi looked up at him in surprise. "You don't seem to know anything about it," Mr. Sesamon laughed. Tanette had not even told the child, thinking it was beneath her dignity to talk to the simple Heidi. "You are going home today." "Home?" Heidi repeated in a low voice, gasping in surprise. "Wouldn't you like to hear about it?" Mr. Sesamon asked with a smile. "Oh, yes, I would like that," the blushing child replied. "Good, good," said the kind gentleman. "Sit down and have a big breakfast now, for you are leaving right afterward." Heidi couldn't swallow a single bite, though she tried to eat out of obedience. It felt like only a dream. "Go to Clara, Heidi, until the carriage comes," Mr. Sesamon said kindly. Heidi had wanted to go, so she ran to Clara's room, where a big trunk was standing. "Heidi, look at the things I packed for you. Do you like them?" Clara asked. There were many lovely things inside, but Heidi jumped for joy when she found a little basket with 12 round white rolls for her grandmother. The children forgot that it was time to say goodbye when the carriage was announced. Heidi still had to get her treasures from her room. The grandma's book was carefully packed, and the red shawl that Miss Rottenmeier had purposely left behind. After putting on her pretty hat, she left her room to say goodbye to Clara. There was not much time for that because Mr. Sesamon was waiting to put Heidi in the carriage. When Miss Rottenmeier, who was standing on the stairs to say goodbye to her pupil, saw the red bundle in Heidi's hand, she grabbed it and threw it on the ground. Heidi looked pleadingly at her kind protector, and Mr. Sesamon, seeing how much she cherished it, gave it back to her. The happy child thanked him for all his goodness at parting. She also sent a message of thanks to the good doctor, whom she suspected was the real reason for her going home. As Heidi was being lifted into the carriage, Mr. Sesamon assured her that Clara and he would never forget her. Sebastian followed with Heidi's basket and a large bag filled with provisions. Mr. Sesamon called out, "Happy journey!" and the carriage rolled away. Only when Heidi was seated on the train did she realize where she was going. Now she knew she would see her grandfather and grandmother again, along with Peter and the goats. Her only fear was that her blind grandmother might have died while she was away. What she looked forward to most was giving the soft white rolls to her grandmother. While she was thinking of all these things, she fell asleep. In Basel, Sebastian woke her up. since that was where they would spend the night. The next morning, they set off again, taking many hours to reach Mayenfeld. When Sebastian stood on the platform of the station, he wished he could have kept traveling by train instead of climbing a mountain. The last part of the trip might be dangerous, as everything seemed half wild in that area. Looking around, he discovered a small wagon with a thin horse. A broad-shouldered man was loading large bags that had come by the train. Sebastian approached the man and asked for the safest route to the Alp. After discussing it, they agreed that the man would take Heidi and her trunk to the village and ensure someone went up with her from there. Heidi had remained quiet until she suddenly said, "I can go up alone from the village. I know the road." Sebastian felt relieved and called Heidi over to him. He gave her a heavy roll of bills and a letter for her grandfather. These precious items were placed at the bottom of the basket, under the rolls, so they couldn't possibly get lost. Heidi promised to take care of them and was lifted up onto the cart. The two old friends shook hands and parted ways, while Sebastian, feeling a bit guilty for leaving the child so soon, sat down at the station to wait for a returning train. The driver was none other than the village baker, who had never seen Heidi but had heard much about her. He had known her parents and quickly guessed she was the child who lived with the Alm uncle. Curious to find out why she was returning, he began a conversation. "Are you Heidi, the child who lived with the Alm uncle?" "Yes." "Why are you coming home again? Did you not get along?" "Oh no. Nobody could have treated me better than I was treated in Frankfurt." "Then why are you going back?" "Because Mr. Sesemann allowed me to come." "Why didn't you stay?" "Because I would rather be with my grandfather on the Alp than anywhere else in the world." "You might think differently when you get there," the baker muttered. "It is strange, but she must know," he thought to himself. They spoke no more, and Heidi began to tremble with excitement as she recognized all the trees along the road and the towering peaks of the mountains. Sometimes she felt like she couldn't sit still any longer and had to jump down and run with all her might. They reached the village at 5 o'clock. Immediately, a large group of women and children surrounded the cart because the trunk and little passenger drew everyone's attention. Once Heidi was lifted down, she found herself held and questioned from all sides. But when they saw how frightened she was, they finally let her go. The baker then shared the news of Heidi's return with the strange gentleman, assuring everyone that Heidi loved her grandfather deeply, despite what others might say about him. Meanwhile, Heidi was running up the path. She had to stop now and then because her basket was heavy and she was out of breath. All she could think was, if only grandmother is still in her corner by the spinning wheel. Oh, what if she has died? When Heidi finally saw the hut, her heart began to race. The faster she ran, the more it beat until she excitedly opened the door. She rushed into the middle of the room, unable to say a word because she was so out of breath. "Oh God," came a voice from one corner. "Our Heidi used to come in like that. Oh, if I could just have her with me again before I die. Who has come?" "Here I am, grandmother, here I am," shouted the child, throwing herself on her knees before the old woman. She grabbed her hands and arms, hugging her tightly, unable to speak for joy. The grandmother was so surprised that she could only gently stroke Heidi's curly hair over and over again. "Yes, yes," she finally said. "This is Heidi's hair and her beloved voice. Oh my God, I thank you for this happiness." Tears of joy fell from her blind eyes onto Heidi's hand. "Is it really you, Heidi? Have you really come back?" "Yes, yes, grandmother," the child replied. "You must not cry because I have come back and will never leave you again. Now you won't have to eat hard black bread anymore for a while. Look what I have brought you." Heidi began placing roll after roll into the grandmother's lap. "Ah, child, what a blessing you are," cried the old woman. "But you are my greatest blessing, Heidi." Then, affectionately stroking the child's hair and flushed cheeks, she begged, "Just say one more word so I can hear your voice." While Heidi was speaking, Peter's mother arrived and exclaimed in surprise, "This is surely Heidi, but how can that be?" Heidi stood up to shake hands with Brigida, who was astonished by Heidi's splendid dress and hat. "You can have my hat. I don't want it anymore. I still have my old one," Heidi said, pulling out her old crushed straw hat. She remembered her grandfather's words to Dita about her feather hat, which is why she had carefully kept her old hat. After much reluctance, Brigida finally accepted the gift. Suddenly, Heidi took off her pretty dress and wrapped her old shawl around her. Holding the grandmother's hand, she said, "Goodbye. I must go home to grandfather now, but I will come again tomorrow. Good night, Grandma." "Oh, please come again tomorrow, Heidi," the old woman pleaded, holding on to her tightly. "Why did you take off your pretty dress?" asked Brigida. "I'd rather go to grandfather like this. Otherwise, he might not recognize me anymore, just like you didn't." Brigida accompanied the child outside and said mysteriously, "He would have recognized you in your dress. You should have kept it on. Please be careful, child, for Peter tells us that the uncle never speaks to anyone and always seems so angry." But Heidi was unconcerned, and after saying good night, she climbed up the path with the basket on her arm. The evening sun was shining down on the grass before her. Every few minutes, Heidi would stop to look back at the mountains. Suddenly, she turned around and saw a beauty she had never seen, not even in her most vivid dreams. The rocky peaks glowed in the brilliant light. The snowfields sparkled, and rosy clouds floated above. The grass looked like a sea of gold, and below in the valley, golden mist swirled. The child stood still, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. Folding her hands and looking up to heaven, she thanked the Lord for bringing her back home. She thanked Him for restoring her to her beloved mountains. In her happiness, she could hardly find the words to pray. Only once the glow faded did Heidi manage to follow the path again. She climbed so quickly that she soon spotted first the treetops, then the roof, and finally the hut. Now she saw her grandfather sitting on his bench, smoking a pipe. Above the cottage, the fir trees gently swayed and rustled in the evening breeze. At last, she had reached the hut, and throwing herself into her grandfather's arms, she hugged him tightly. All she could say was, "Grandfather, grandfather, grandfather," in her excitement. The old man did not speak, but had tearful eyes. After loosening Heidi's grip, he sat her on his knee. After looking at her for a while, he said, "So you have come home again, Heidi? Why? Surely you do not look very cityfied. Did they send you away?" "Oh no, do not think that, grandfather. Everyone was so good to me, Clara, Mr. Sesamon, and Grandmama. But, grandfather, sometimes it felt as if I could not bear being away from you. I thought I might choke. I could not tell anyone, because that would have been ungrateful." Suddenly, one morning, Mr. Sesamon called me very early. I think it was the doctor's fault, and, well, I think it is written in this letter. With that, Heidi took out the letter and the roll of bills from her basket, placing them on her grandfather's lap. "This belongs to you," he said, setting the roll beside him. After reading the letter, he put it in his pocket. "Do you think you can still drink milk with me, Heidi?" he asked as he stepped into the cottage. "Take your money with you. You can buy a bed for it and clothes for many years." "I don't need it at all, grandfather," Heidi insisted. "I have a bed, and Clara gave me so many dresses that I won't need any more for my whole life." "Take it and put it in the cupboard. You will need it someday." Heidi obeyed and danced around the hut with joy at seeing all her beloved things again. Running up to the loft, she exclaimed in disappointment, "Oh, grandfather, my bed is gone." "It will come back," her grandfather called from below. "How could I know you were coming back? Get your milk now." Heidi came down and took her old seat. She grabbed her bowl and eagerly emptied it as if it was the best thing she had ever tasted. "Grandfather, our milk is the best in the whole world." Suddenly, Heidi heard a loud whistle and rushed outside as Peter and all his goats came running down. Heidi greeted the boy, who stopped in shock, staring at her. Then she dashed to her beloved friends, who had not forgotten her either. Schwenli and Burley bleated with joy, and all her other favorites crowded around her. Heidi was overwhelmed with happiness as she petted little Snowhopper and Thistlefinch until she felt herself being pushed around among them. "Peter, why don't you come down and say goodnight to me?" Heidi called to the boy. "Have you come back?" he finally exclaimed. He took Heidi's outstretched hand and asked her, as if she had always been there, "Are you coming up with me tomorrow?" "No, tomorrow I must go to grandmother, but maybe the day after." Peter had a tough time with his goats that day, as they refused to follow him. Again and again, they returned to Heidi until she went into the shed with Barely and Schwenli and closed the door. When Heidi went up to her loft to sleep, she found a fresh, fragrant bed waiting for her, and she slept better that night than she had in many months because her deep longing had been satisfied. About 10 times that night, her grandfather got up from his couch to listen to Heidi's quiet breathing. The window was filled with hay, as from now on, the moon was not allowed to shine on Heidi anymore. But Heidi slept peacefully, having seen the glowing mountains and heard the fir trees rustle. Chapter 14. On Sunday, when the church bells ring, Heidi stood under the tall fir trees. She waited for her grandfather. He said he would bring her trunk from the village. She wanted to see grandmother. She wanted to know if grandmother liked the bread rolls. It was Saturday. Grandfather cleaned the house, then he was ready to go. They walked down to the village. Heidi ran into Peter's house. "Are you here again, child?" said Grandmother with a smile. She took Heidi's hand. Grandmother said, "The rolls were very good. I feel stronger now." Peter's mother, Brigida, said, "Grandmother only ate one roll. She wants to save them." "I know what to do," Heidi said. "I will write to Clara. She will send more rolls." Brigida said, "That is nice, but the rolls become hard quickly. The baker in the village sells rolls, but we have no money to buy them." Heidi's eyes shone. "I have a lot of money," she said. "I will buy rolls. Grandmother will have one every day, and 2 on Sundays. Peter can bring them." "No, child," said Grandmother. "Give the money to Grandfather. He will know what to do." But Heidi was too happy. She jumped and said, "Grandmother will be strong again. Maybe she will see again, too." Grandmother was silent. She did not want to stop Heidi's joy. Heidi saw a big book on the shelf. "Grandmother, can I read a song for you?" she asked. "Can you read?" Grandmother asked. "Yes," Heidi said. She took the book, cleaned it, and sat on a stool. "What should I read?" "Read anything," said Grandmother. Heidi found a song about the sun. She read with joy. Grandmother sat with folded hands. Her face looked happy. Tears rolled down her cheeks. "Oh, Heidi," she said, "I feel so happy now." "Thank you, child." Heidi looked at Grandmother's face. It was no longer sad. She looked happy and peaceful. Grandfather knocked on the window. "It is time to go," he said. "I will come every day," Heidi said. Brigida gave Heidi her dress. She left with Grandfather. She told him about the rolls. Grandfather listened and said, "All right, we will buy them." Heidi jumped and said, "Now Grandmother will never eat hard bread again. I am so happy." She looked up at the sky and said, "If God gave me what I wanted before, I would not have had all these rolls. I could not read to Grandmother either. Grandmama was right. God does better things than we imagine." She looked at Grandfather. "We will pray every day, won't we? So God will not forget us." "And if someone forgets to pray?" Grandfather asked. "Then God will forget them too," Heidi said. "Who told you that?" "Grandmama," Heidi said. Grandfather was quiet. "But what if God forgets someone? Can they come back?" "Yes, Grandfather. Grandmama told me a story about that. I will read it to you." Grandfather carried a big basket. Inside were Heidi's things. When they got home, Heidi read a story. It was about a son who left home. He took his father's money. He wasted it all. Then he had no food. He was very sad. He went back home. His father saw him and ran to him. Heidi read. The son said, "Father, I was bad. I do not deserve to be your son." But the father was happy. He said, "Bring the best clothes for my son. We will have a big meal. My son was lost, but now he is home." "Isn't it a good story, Grandfather?" Heidi asked. "Yes, Heidi," Grandfather said softly. That night, when Heidi slept, Grandfather looked at her. Her hands were folded in sleep. Her face was peaceful. Grandfather's eyes filled with tears. He said, "Father, I have sinned against heaven and you." The next morning, Grandfather stood outside. The bells rang in the village. Birds sang in the trees. He called, "Heidi, wake up! The sun is shining. Wear a nice dress. We are going to church." Heidi quickly got ready. She looked at Grandfather and said, "Oh, you look very nice." Grandfather smiled. "You look nice too. Come." They walked down to the village. The bells rang loudly. "It sounds like a big, happy day," Heidi said. Inside the church, people were singing. Grandfather and Heidi sat in the back. The pastor spoke. His words were full of thanks. After the service, Grandfather and Heidi went to the pastor's house. "I came to say sorry for my words before," Grandfather said. "I will stay in the village this winter." The pastor smiled and shook Grandfather's hand. People saw it. They were happy. Outside, people came to Grandfather. They shook his hand. Some walked with him back home. Grandfather smiled. Heidi looked at him and said, "Grandfather, you look so happy." "Yes, Heidi," he said. "I have peace with God and people. I am happy." When they passed Peter's house, Grandfather went inside. "Hello, Grandmother," he said. "Let's fix your house before winter." Grandmother was surprised. "Oh, Uncle, I am so happy." She held Grandfather's hand. "Please do not send Heidi away again," she said. "She is my joy." "No, Grandmother, we will all stay together now," Grandfather said. Brigida showed Heidi's hat. "Take it back," she said. "No," said Grandfather. "Keep it." Brigida smiled. Heidi brought many blessings from Frankfurt. Then Peter ran in with a letter. It was for Heidi. Heidi read it. It was from Clara. She said, "I miss you, Heidi. Father will bring me to Ragaz in the fall. Grandmama is coming too. She wants to see you and Grandfather. She is sending coffee for Grandmother. When I come, I will visit her." Everyone was happy. Grandmother smiled. "I am glad we are all together again," she said. That evening, Grandfather and Heidi walked home. The church bells rang. The sky was golden. The house looked warm and bright. Chapter 15. Preparations for a Journey. On a sunny day in September, the kind doctor who had sent Heidi back to her beloved mountains was walking towards the Sesemann house. Everything about him looked bright and cheerful, but the doctor kept his eyes on the ground and did not look up at the blue sky. His face was sad, and his hair had turned very gray since spring. A few months ago, the doctor had lost his only daughter, who had lived with him since his wife passed away. The blooming girl had been his only joy, and since she was gone, the once cheerful doctor was filled with grief. When Sebastian opened the door for the doctor, he bowed very low because the doctor was well liked everywhere he went. "I'm glad you have come, doctor," Mr. Sussman said as he entered. "Let's discuss this trip to Switzerland again. Do you still give the same advice now that Clara is feeling better?" "What can I think of you, Sussman?" replied the doctor as he sat down. "I wish your mother were here. She understands everything well, and things go smoothly then. This is the third time today you have called me, always for the same thing." It's true. It must make you impatient, Mr. Sussman said. Putting his hand on his friend's shoulder, he continued, I can't tell you how hard it is for me to deny Clara this trip. Haven't I promised it to her? Hasn't she looked forward to it for months? She has endured all her pain so patiently because she hoped to visit her little friend in the Alps. I hate to take away this pleasure from her. The poor child has so many hardships and so little joy. But Sesemann, you must do it, replied the doctor. When his friend remained quiet, he continued, Just think of how hard Clara's summer has been. She has never been more ill, and we cannot attempt this trip without risking serious consequences. Although the weather may still be nice in the Alps, it will soon turn very cold. The days are getting shorter, and she can only spend a few hours there if she has to return at night. It will take several hours to carry her up from Ragaz. You see how impossible it is. I will come with you to talk to Clara. You will find her sensible. I have a plan for next May. First, she can go to Ragaz for the baths. When it gets warm on the mountain, she can be carried up from time to time. She will be stronger then and able to enjoy those trips more than she is now. If we want to hope for an improvement in her condition, we must be very careful. Listening carefully, Mr. Sesemann now anxiously asked, Doctor, can you please tell me honestly if you still have hope for any change? With a sigh, the doctor replied, Not very much, but think of me, Sesemann. You have a child who loves you and always welcomes you. You do not have to come back to a lonely house and sit alone at your table. Your child is well taken care of. Although she might have some hardships, she also has many advantages. You do not need pity. Just think of my lonely home. Mr. Sesemann stood up and began to walk around the room as he always did when something was on his mind. Suddenly, he faced his friend and said, Doctor, I have an idea. I cannot bear to see you sad any longer. You must get away. You will take this trip and visit Heidi in our place. The doctor was surprised by this proposal and tried to object. But Mr. Sesemann was so excited about his new plan that he pulled his friend into his daughter's room, not giving him time to protest. Clara loved the doctor, who always tried to cheer her up during his visits with bright and funny stories. She felt sorry to see the change in him and would have done much to see him happy again. After they shook hands, both men pulled their chairs up to Clara's bedside. Mr. Sesemann began talking about their trip and how sad he was to cancel it. Then, he quickly started to discuss his new plan. Clara's eyes filled with tears. But she knew her father did not like to see her cry, and she was sure he only forbid her this pleasure because it was necessary. Bravely, she fought back her tears and gently held the doctor's hand, saying, "Oh, please, doctor, do go to Heidi. Then you can tell me all about her and describe her grandfather to me, and Peter with his goats. I feel like I know them all so well. Then you can take all the things to her that I had planned to take myself. Oh, please, doctor, go, and I promise I will be good and take as much cod liver oil as you want me to." Who can say if this promise made the doctor decide? Regardless, he answered with a smile, "Then I surely must go, Clara, because you will grow fat and strong, and we both want to see you that way." Have you decided when I should leave? Oh, you should better leave tomorrow morning, Doctor, Clara urged. She is right. Mr. Sesamin is, and must any beautiful the Alps doctor to laugh. Widen you me still here will go as fast as I gave for she to make to observe so that tell all about when he returned, the wood to later Miss Rottenmeier, too out on of her long walks about town. Promised to out Clara leave the next day, Ara for the inset arrived, please at pack of fresh, soft coffee and box bin this days. When the left rumored, silly, Seb happened to hear some remarks and asked the doctor as he was leaving to his, a message was he ear, who to her the was large cape that the blue like, both to pass. Suddenly the seemed housewright who barely had time to avoid her. This irritated Rotten greatly, the chance her as she liked to be med this man, whom respected than anyone else the world told her intended urged to the fore, only she knew how to do properly. Clara expected Miss Rottenmeier to resist packing her gifts, so she was surprised when the lady showed great willingness and immediately began gathering all the came for Heidi, with a that Clara her to wear the grandmother in, was warm shaw and boxache, huge Peter mother by a small sack of tobacco. Finally, a mysterious little box is packed, Clara for Heidi. The neat pile lay ready on the ground, felt pleased thinking how little be Sebastian the his shoulder he, it's without delay. Chapter 16. A guest on the Alp. Early in the morning, the sun started to shine on the mountains. A fresh wind moved the tall fir trees. Heidi opened her eyes because the wind had woken her up. She loved this sound. Quickly she got out of bed, dressed, and brushed her hair. She climbed down the small ladder and saw that her grandfather's bed was empty. She ran outside. Her grandfather was looking at the sky to check the weather. The sky was pink at first, but soon it turned blue. Then, golden light covered the mountains as the sun rose. Oh, how beautiful! Good morning, grandfather, Heidi said. Are you already awake? Her grandfather asked, holding out his hand. Heidi ran to her favorite fir trees and twirled around while the wind blew through the branches. Her grandfather washed and milked the goats. Then he brought them out of the shed. When Heidi saw her goat friends again, she hugged them. The goats pushed close to her. Sometimes when Burley pushed too hard, Heidi would say, "Burley, you push me like the big Turk." That was enough to calm the goat. Soon Peter arrived with the other goats. The happy goat, Thistlefinch, ran in front of the herd. Heidi stood among them and was pushed by the goats. Peter wanted to talk to her, so he whistled to make the goats go ahead. Then he said, "You should come with me today." "I can't, Peter," said Heidi. "They might come from Frankfurt soon. I have to be home when they arrive." "You always say that," Peter complained. "But it's true," Heidi answered. "Do you really think I want to be away when they come?" "They could come to your grandfather," Peter said, looking annoyed. Then Heidi's grandfather called, "Why isn't the herd moving? Is it the leader's fault or the goat's fault?" Peter quickly turned and led the goats up the mountain. Since Heidi came back to the mountain, she started doing things she had never done before. Every morning she made her bed and cleaned the hut. She wiped the chairs and table with a cloth until they were shiny. Her grandfather often said, It feels like Sunday every day now. Heidi did not return home for nothing. On this day, after breakfast, Heidi began her chores, but the weather was too nice to stay inside. The sunshine made the mountains glow. She ran outside, sat on the ground, and looked down into the valley. Then she remembered her work and hurried back inside. But soon, the sound of the fir trees called her outside again. Her grandfather was working in his shop. He watched Heidi from time to time. Suddenly, he heard her shout, "Grandfather, come quickly!" He ran outside, worried. He saw Heidi running down the hill, shouting, "They are coming! Oh, the doctor is coming first!" When Heidi reached the doctor, she held out her hand. She said happily, "How are you, doctor? Thank you so much." "How are you, Heidi? But why are you thanking me?" the doctor asked with a smile. "Because you let me come home again," Heidi said. The doctor's face lit up. He had not expected such a warm welcome. He had thought that Heidi might not remember him, but now Heidi's bright eyes looked up at him with love and gratitude. He held her hand and said, "Come, Heidi, take me to your grandfather. I want to see where you live." Heidi stopped and looked down the mountain. "But where are Clara and Grandmama?" she asked. "Child, I have bad news," the doctor said. "Clara has been very sick and could not travel. Grandmama did not come either, but spring will be here soon. When the days are warm, they will visit you." Heidi was shocked. She had imagined their visit so clearly, and now it was not happening. She stood still, confused and sad. Then she looked at the doctor's face. He looked sad too. He seemed different from before. Heidi did not like seeing him unhappy. She thought he was sad because Clara and Grandmama had not come. She wanted to cheer him up. "Oh, spring will come soon," she said. "Then they will come and stay longer. That will make Clara happy. Now let's go to Grandfather." Hand in hand, they climbed up to the hut. All the way, Heidi talked about the warm summer days ahead. When they arrived, she called to her grandfather happily. "They are not here yet, but they will come soon." Her grandfather welcomed the doctor. He was not a stranger to him because Heidi had told him so much about the kind man. They sat on the bench outside, and the doctor explained why he had come. He whispered to Heidi that something special was coming up the mountain soon. It would make her very happy. What could it be? The grandfather invited the doctor to stay in the village for the rest of the autumn. Then he could visit the hut every day and explore the mountains. The doctor liked this idea. The sun was high in the sky, and the wind had stopped. A soft breeze touched their faces. The grandfather brought out a table and said, "Heidi, set the table here. I hope you don't mind a simple meal," he told the doctor. "I am happy to eat here," the doctor said, looking at the beautiful valley. Heidi was excited to serve her kind friend. Soon, her grandfather brought warm milk, toasted cheese, and dried meat. The doctor enjoyed the meal more than any he had ever eaten. "Yes, we must send Clara here," he said. "She would become strong. If she ate like me today, she would get big and healthy." Just then, a man came up the mountain carrying a large sack. He set it down and took a deep breath of the fresh air. The doctor opened it and said, "This is for you from Frankfurt, Heidi. Come and see." Heidi watched as he took out a box of cakes. "Oh, Grandmother can eat this soft cake," she said happily. She wanted to run down to her grandmother right away, but the men asked her to wait and unpack more gifts. She found a warm shawl, tobacco, and many other things. Suddenly, she stood in front of them and said, "These gifts are nice, but I am happiest because the doctor is here." Both men smiled. As the sun began to set, the doctor got ready to leave. The grandfather carried the box, the shawl, and the sausage. The doctor held Heidi's hand as they walked down the mountain. When they reached Peter's hut, Heidi went inside to wait for her grandfather. Before the doctor left, she asked, "Doctor, do you want to come with me to the pasture tomorrow?" "Yes, I would love to. Goodbye, Heidi," he replied. Her grandfather left the gifts at Peter's house. Heidi took the big sausage and the cake inside. She put the shawl on her grandmother's lap. Brigida, Peter's mother, watched in surprise. She had never seen such a big sausage before. "It's ours? We can cut it and eat it?" she asked in amazement. "Grandmother, look at the cakes. They are so soft," Heidi said. But she was surprised when her grandmother seemed happier about the warm shawl. "Grandmother, Clara sent it for you," Heidi said. "Oh, what kind people they are," the grandmother said. "I never thought I would have such a beautiful shawl." Just then, Peter came in. "The uncle is coming," he said, but then he stopped talking. His eyes were on the big sausage. Heidi said goodbye quickly. She knew her grandfather would call her soon. "Heidi, time for bed," he called from outside. She hugged her grandmother and ran outside. Under the bright stars, she and her grandfather walked home to their quiet, cozy hut. Chapter 17. Retaliation. Early in the morning, the doctor climbed up the mountain with Peter and his goats. The friendly man tried to talk to Peter, but the boy only answered with short words. When they reached the top, they found Heidi already waiting, fresh and happy like the morning sun. "Are you coming?" Peter asked, as always. "Of course, but only if the doctor comes too," Heidi replied. Her grandfather came out of the hut and greeted the doctor with respect. Then he walked to Peter and hung a sack on his shoulder. Today, it seemed heavier than usual. As they walked, Heidi encouraged the goats to move forward. When they were walking peacefully, she talked to the doctor about the goats, their funny tricks, and the flowers, rocks, and birds around them. The time passed quickly. Peter kept looking angrily at the doctor, but the doctor did not notice. When they arrived at the pasture, Heidi took the doctor to her favorite place. From there, they could hear the soft bells of the cows in the valley below. The sky was deep blue, and above them an eagle flew with wide wings. Everything was bright and beautiful, but the doctor was quiet. Then he looked at Heidi's shining eyes. "Heidi, this place is beautiful," he said. "But what if someone has a heavy heart? Can they still enjoy it?" "Oh," Heidi said, "nobody feels sad up here. People only feel unhappy in Frankfurt." The doctor gave a small smile. Then he said, But if someone brings their sadness with them, how can we help them? Only God in heaven can help them, Heidi said. That is true, the doctor replied. But what if God himself gives us sadness? Heidi thought for a moment and then said, Then we must wait patiently. God knows how to change sadness into happiness. One day he will show us his plan, but we must pray and wait. I hope you always believe this, Heidi, said the doctor. He looked up at the high cliffs. Imagine if we could not see this beauty. Wouldn't that make us even sadder? Do you understand me, child? A deep pain filled Heidi's heart. She thought about poor grandmother who could not see. Her blindness always made Heidi sad. Oh, yes, I understand, she said seriously. But grandmother listens to songs and they make her happy again. Which songs, Heidi? Oh, the songs about the sun and the beautiful garden and the last verses of the long one. Grandmother loves them so much. I always have to read them 3 times, Heidi said. I would love to hear them, said the doctor. Heidi folded her hands and began to say the comforting words. But suddenly she stopped. The doctor was sitting still, covering his eyes with his hand. Heidi thought he had fallen asleep, so she stayed quiet. But the doctor was not sleeping. The words had brought back memories from his childhood. He remembered his mother singing that song to him. He sat for a long time, lost in thought. Then he saw Heidi watching him. Heidi, your song was wonderful, he said with a happier voice. We must come here again so you can say it to me once more. Meanwhile, Peter was getting angrier and angrier. He was upset that Heidi was only talking to the doctor. She didn't even notice him. From behind, he shook his fist at the doctor. Then he raised both fists. Finally, he lifted them high into the sky in frustration. At noon, Peter knew it was time for lunch. He shouted as loudly as he could, "Time to eat!" Heidi stood up to get their food, but the doctor only wanted a glass of milk. Heidi decided to have milk too. She ran to Peter and told him. Peter was surprised. Now he could eat everything in the sack by himself. He quickly finished his job, faster than ever before, but he also felt guilty for being angry at the kind doctor. To show that he was sorry, he raised his hands to the sky with open palms. This meant that his fists didn't mean anything anymore. Then he happily started eating his big meal. Heidi and the doctor walked around the pasture. Later, when it was time for the doctor to leave, he asked Heidi to stay, but she wanted to go with him. As they walked down the mountain, she showed him different flowers and told him their names. When they reached the bottom, Heidi waved. The doctor looked back many times. Each time he saw Heidi still waving. It reminded him of his own little daughter. She used to wave at him like that when he left home. The weather stayed warm and sunny that month. Every morning, the doctor climbed up to the Alp. He often spent the day with Heidi's grandfather. Sometimes they hiked high up to the cliffs where the eagle lived. The grandfather showed the doctor special plants that could heal and make people strong. He also told him about the animals that lived in the trees, rocks, and caves. In the evening, when they said goodbye, the doctor would always say, "My friend, I always learn something new from you." Most days, though, he spent time with Heidi. They sat together in her favorite place while Peter sat quietly behind them. Heidi recited songs, just like on the first day, and told the doctor everything she knew. Then September ended. One morning, the doctor climbed up the mountain with a sad face. It was time for him to go back to Frankfurt. Heidi's grandfather felt very sad. Heidi could not believe it. Her dear friend, who had visited her every day, was leaving. The doctor himself did not want to go. He had come to love the Alp like a home. But he had to leave. He shook hands with the grandfather and said goodbye. Heidi walked with him for a little while. Hand in hand, they went down the mountain. Suddenly, the doctor stopped and gently touched Heidi's curly hair. "Now I must go, Heidi. I wish I could take you with me to Frankfurt. Then I could keep you." At those words, Heidi remembered the tall buildings, the long streets, Miss Rottenmeier and Tinette. She hesitated, then said, "I would like it better if you came to visit us again." "That would be better. Goodbye, Heidi," said the kind man. As they shook hands, his eyes filled with tears. Then he turned quickly and walked away. Heidi stood still, watching him go. He had such kind eyes, but now they were full of tears. Suddenly she started crying too. She ran after him, shouting between her sobs, "Doctor, doctor!" He stopped and waited for her. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she said, "I will come to Frankfurt and stay as long as you want me to, but first I must ask grandfather." "No, no, my dear child," he said kindly. "Not now. You must stay here. I don't want you to get sick again. But if I ever feel sick or lonely, and I ask you to come, will you come and stay with me? Can I leave, knowing that someone in this world loves me?" "Yes, I will come the same day," Heidi promised, still crying. "I love you as much as grandfather." They shook hands again and said goodbye. Heidi stood on the same spot, waving, until the doctor was just a small dot in the distance. He turned back one last time to look at Heidi and the sunny Alp. "It is beautiful up there," he whispered to himself. "My body and soul feel stronger here. Life feels worth living again." Chapter 18. Winter in the Village. The snow was very deep around the Alm hut. The windows were at the same level as the ground, and the door was gone. Peter's hut looked the same. When the boy went out to shovel snow, he had to crawl through the window. Then he would sink into the soft snow and kick his arms and legs to get out. He used a broom to clear away the snow from the door. This way, the snow would not fall into the hut. The uncle kept his promise. When the first snow fell, he moved to the village with Heidi and his goats. Near the church, there was an old ruin. It was a big building long ago. A brave soldier lived there. He fought in the Spanish War, came back with many riches, and built a nice house. But he left because he did not like the quiet life in the village. After he died, a distant relative took the house. This new owner did not repair it, so poor people moved in. They paid low rent for the house, but it was falling apart. Many years before, the uncle lived in this house with Tobias. Most of the time, the house was empty because winter was long and cold winds blew through the walls. When poor people lived there, their candles went out and they were cold in the dark. But the uncle knew how to fix things. In the fall, when he decided to live in the village, he came often to prepare the place. If you entered the house from the back, you would find an open room with many walls in ruins. On one side was what used to be a chapel, now covered in ivy. Next, there was a big hall with a pretty stone floor and grass growing in the cracks. Most of the walls were gone, and part of the ceiling was too. If there were not a few strong pillars, the building would have fallen down. The uncle made a wooden area for the goats and put straw on the floor. Many small hallways led to a room with a heavy iron door. This room was still good, with dark wood on the walls. In one corner was a big stove that almost reached the ceiling. The stove had blue pictures of old towers and hunters with their dogs on the tiles. Around the stove was a bench. Heidi liked to sit there and look at the pictures. When she reached the end of the bench, she found a bed between the wall and the stove. "Oh, grandfather, I found my bedroom," the little girl said. "Oh, how nice it is. Where will you sleep?" "Your bed is near the stove to keep you warm," said the old man. "Now come and see my room." The grandfather took her to his room. From there, a door led to the biggest kitchen Heidi had ever seen. The grandfather worked hard to fix it. Many boards were on the walls, and the door was held with heavy wires because the rest of the building was in ruins. Thick bushes grew there with many insects and lizards. Heidi loved her new home. The next day, when Peter came, she showed him every part of the house. Heidi slept well by the stove, but it took her a long time to get used to it. In the morning, when she woke and did not hear the fir trees, she would wonder where she was. Was the snow too heavy? Was she away from home? But when she heard her grandfather's voice outside, she remembered everything and jumped out of bed happily. After 4 days, Heidi said to her grandfather, "I must go to grandmother now. She has been alone for many days." But the grandfather shook his head and said, "You cannot go yet. The snow is deep up there and still falling. Peter can hardly get through. A little girl like you would get lost in the snow. Wait until it freezes, and then you can walk on it." Heidi felt sad, but she was busy, so the days went by quickly. Every morning and afternoon, she went to school and learned eagerly. She seldom saw Peter there because he did not come often. The nice teacher said sometimes, "I think Peter is not here again. School would help him, but maybe there is too much snow." But when Heidi came home in the evening, Peter usually came to visit. After a few days, the sun came out for a short time at noon. The next morning, the whole Alp shone like crystal. When Peter jumped into the snow that morning, he hit something hard and fell down the mountain a little. When he got up, he stomped on the ground. It was hard like stone. Peter could hardly believe it. He quickly ran home, drank his milk, put bread in his pocket, and said, "I must go to school today." "Yes, go and learn well," answered his mother. Then He sat on his sled and went down the mountain very fast. He could not stop when he reached the village. He went further down until he stopped in the plain. It was late for school, so he took his time and arrived in the village when Heidi came home for dinner. "We got it," said the boy when he entered. "What, my boy?" asked the uncle. "The snow," Peter replied. "Oh, now I can go to grandmother," Heidi said happily. "But Peter, why didn't you come to school? You could have sledded today," she said reproachfully. "I went too far on my sled, and then it was too late," Peter said. "I think that is wrong," said the uncle. "People who do this need to be told not to do it. Do you understand?" The boy was scared because he respected the uncle very much. "A boy like you should be ashamed to do this," the uncle continued. "What would you do if the goats did not listen to you anymore?" "I would hit them," Peter replied. "If you knew a boy who behaved like a bad goat and needed to be punished, what would you say?" "He deserves it." "So now you understand, Goat General. If you miss school again, you can come to me for your punishment." Peter finally understood what the uncle meant. Then the old man said kindly, "Come to the table now and eat with us. After that, you can go up with Heidi, and when you bring her back, you can have your supper here." Peter was very happy to hear this. He quickly finished his food. Heidi had given most of her dinner to the boy. Then they climbed up together, and Heidi talked a lot. But Peter did not say anything. He was thinking, and did not listen to Heidi's stories. Before they entered the hut, Peter firmly said, "I think I would rather go to school than be punished by the uncle." Heidi agreed with him. When they entered the room, Peter's mother was alone at the table, sewing. The grandmother was not there. Brigida told Heidi that the grandmother had to stay in bed on those cold days because she was not strong. This was new for Heidi. She quickly went to the old woman's room and found her lying in a narrow bed, wrapped in a gray shawl and thin blanket. "Thank God," the grandmother said when she heard Heidi's voice. All autumn and winter, she had been afraid that the strange gentleman would take Heidi away. Heidi asked, "Are you very sick, grandmother?" "No, no, child," the old woman said. "The cold has just made my legs hurt a little." "Will you be well again when the warm weather comes?" Heidi asked. Yes, yes, and if God helps, even sooner. I want to go back to my work, and I almost tried to today. I will get up tomorrow," the grandmother said confidently because she saw that Heidi was scared. This made Heidi feel better. Looking at the grandmother, she asked, "In Frankfurt, people wear shawls outside. Why do you wear yours in bed, grandmother?" "I wear it to keep warm, Heidi. I am glad to have it because my blanket is thin." "But grandmother, your bed is lower at your head. It should be high. No bed should be like this." "I know, child, I can feel it." The old woman tried to change her position on the pillow, which was very thin. My pillow was never thick, and sleeping on it for so many years has made it flat. Oh dear, I wish I had asked Clara to give me the bed I had in Frankfurt, Heidi said. It had 3 big pillows, and I could hardly sleep because I kept sliding down from them. Would you be able to sleep with them, grandmother? Of course that would keep me warm. I could breathe easier too, said the grandmother, trying to find a better position. But I must not talk about it anymore. I have to be thankful for many things. I get my lovely roll every day and have this beautiful warm shawl. I also have you, my child. Heidi, would you like to read me something today? Heidi quickly got the book and read song after song. The grandmother was lying with her hands together, and her sad face became bright and happy. Suddenly, Heidi stopped. "Are you better now, grandmother?" she asked. "I feel much better, Heidi. Please finish the song." Heidi finished the song, and when she reached the last words, "When mine eyes grow dim and sad, let thy love more brightly burn, that my soul, a wanderer glad, safely homeward may return." "Safely homeward may return," she said. "Oh, grandmother, I know what it feels like to come home." Then she said, "It is getting dark, grandmother. I must go home now. I am glad you feel better." The grandmother held Heidi's hand and said, "Yes, I am happy again, even though I must stay in bed. Nobody knows how hard it is to lie here alone every day. I do not hear or see anyone, and I feel sad sometimes. But when I hear those lovely songs you read to me, it feels like light is shining in my heart, giving me joy." Heidi shook hands with the grandmother and said good night. Pulling Peter with her, she ran outside. The bright moon was shining on the white snow, making it light like day. The two children were flying down the Alp like birds in the sky. That night, after Heidi went to bed, she lay awake for a while, thinking about everything the grandmother said, especially the joy the songs gave her. If only the poor grandmother could hear those comforting words every day. Heidi knew it might be a week or two before she could visit again. She felt sad thinking about how lonely the old woman would be. Was there no way to help? Suddenly, Heidi had an idea, and she was so excited that she could not wait for morning to put her plan into action. But in her excitement, she forgot her evening prayer. So, she sat up in bed and prayed hard to God. Then, falling back into the fragrant hay, she soon fell asleep peacefully until the bright morning came. Chapter 19. Winter still continues. Peter arrived at school on time the next day. He brought his lunch in a bag because children who came from far away ate at school. Others went home. In the evening, Peter visited Heidi like usual. As soon as he opened the door, she ran to him and said, "Peter, I have to tell you something." "Say it," he answered. "You must learn to read now," said Heidi. "I have done that already." Yes, Peter, but I don't mean it like that," Heidi said eagerly. "You must learn so you really know how." "I can't," Peter said. "Nobody believes you anymore, and I won't either," Heidi said firmly. "When I was in Frankfurt, my grandmother told me you were not telling the truth and that I should not believe you." Peter was very surprised. "I will teach you because I know how. When you learn, you must read 1 or 2 songs to grandmother every day." "I won't," said the boy. This made Heidi very angry. With fiery eyes, she stood in front of him and said, I will tell you what will happen if you don't want to learn. Your mother said she will send you to Frankfurt. Clara showed me the big boys' school there. You will have to stay there until you are a man. There are many teachers and they wear high black hats. I saw them myself when I rode in a carriage. Peter felt scared. Yes, you will go there, and when they find out you can't read or spell, they will laugh at you. I will do it, Peter said, half angry and half scared. Oh, I am happy. Let's start right away, said Heidi with joy, pulling Peter to the table. Among the things Clara sent, Heidi found a little book with the alphabet and some rhymes. She chose this for their lessons. Peter had trouble spelling the first rhyme, so Heidi said, I will read it to you, and then you can do it better. Listen, if A, B, C, you do not know, before the school board you must go. I won't go, said Peter stubbornly. Where? Heidi asked. Before the court. Hurry and learn the 3 letters, then you won't have to. Peter repeated the letters until Heidi said, Now you know them. Seeing that the first rhyme worked well, Heidi read again. D, E, F, you then must read, or of misfortune take good heed. If H, I, J, K are forgot, adversity is on the spot. Who over L and M doth stumble, must pay a penance and feel humble. There's trouble coming. If you knew, you'd quickly learn N, O, P, Q. If still you halt on R, S, T, you'll suffer for it speedily. Heidi stopped and looked at Peter, who was so scared by all these warnings that he sat very still like a mouse. Heidi felt sorry for him, and she said comforting words. Don't be afraid, Peter. If you come to me every day, you will soon learn all the letters, and those things won't happen. But promise to come every day, even when it snows. Peter promised and left. He came to her every day for lessons. Sometimes the grandfather sat in the room, smoking his pipe. He often smiled because he could not hold back his laughter. He usually invited Peter to stay for supper, which made Peter very happy after all his hard work. The days went by. During this time, Peter really learned a lot, although the rhymes were still hard for him. When they reached U, Heidi read, Whoever mixes U and V will go where he won't want to be. And next, if W you still ignore, look at the rod beside the door. Peter would sometimes complain about the lessons, but he kept learning and soon had only 3 letters left. In the following days, the next rhymes motivated Peter even more. If you the letter X forget, for you no supper will be set. If you still hesitate with Y, for shame you'll run away and cry. When Heidi read the last line, and he who makes his Z'd with blots must journey to the Hottentots, Peter laughed. Nobody even knows where they are. I am sure grandfather does, Heidi replied, jumping up. Wait 1 minute. I will ask him. He's with the parson. And she opened the door. Wait! Peter shouted in fear, because he imagined going to those scary people. What is wrong with you? Heidi asked, stopping. Nothing, but please stay here. I will learn, he cried. But Heidi, wanting to know about the Hottentots, was only held back by Peter's pleas. Finally, they settled down again. Before it was time to go, Peter learned the last letter, and had even begun to read syllables. From that day on, he progressed quickly. It had been 3 weeks since Heidi last visited her grandmother because a lot of snow had fallen. One evening, Peter came home and said proudly, "I can do it." "What can you do, Peter?" his mother asked eagerly. "I can read." "What? Really? Did you hear that, grandmother?" Brigida exclaimed. The grandmother was also curious to know how this happened. "I must read a song now. Heidi told me to," Peter continued. To the women's surprise, Peter began. After each verse, his mother exclaimed, "Who would have thought it?" while the grandmother stayed silent. The next day, when it was Peter's turn to read in school, the teacher said, "Peter, must I skip you again as always? Or do you want to try? I will not say to read, but to get through a line." Peter began and read 3 lines without stopping. The teacher looked at him in shock, putting down his book. "What miracle has happened to you?" he exclaimed. "I tried to teach you for a long time, and you could not even understand the letters. But now that I thought you could not learn, you can spell and read." "What happened, Peter?" "It was Heidi," he replied. The teacher looked at the little girl in amazement. Then he continued, "I see a big change in you, Peter. You used to skip school for more than a week, and now you haven't missed a day. Who caused this change?" "It was the uncle." Now every evening when Peter came home, he read one song to his grandmother, but no more. The old woman once replied to Brigida's praise, "I am glad he has learned something, but I am still waiting for spring. Then Heidi can come to visit me because when she reads, the verses sound very different. I cannot always understand Peter, and the songs do not excite me like they do when Heidi says them." And it was true. Peter often left out long and hard words. What did 3 or 4 words matter? So sometimes hardly any nouns were left in the hymns that Peter read. Chapter 20. News from distant friends May had come. The warm sunshine made the whole Alp bright, and it melted the last snow. The first spring flowers began to bloom. A happy spring wind blew, drying the wet places in the shade. High in the blue sky, an eagle flew peacefully. Heidi and her grandfather were back on the Alp. The child was so happy to be home again that she jumped around among the things she loved. She found a new spring bud and watched the happy little bugs and beetles in the sun. The grandfather was busy in his small shop, and you could hear the sounds of hammering and sawing. Heidi wanted to see what her grandfather was making. At the door, she saw a nice new chair, and the old man was making a second one. "Oh, I know what they are for," said Heidi cheerfully. "You are making them for Clara and Grandmama, but we need a third. Do you think Miss Rottenmeier won't come, maybe?" "I really don't know," said the grandfather, "but it's better to have a chair for her, just in case." Heidi looked at the chairs without backs and said, "Grandfather, I don't think she would sit on those." "Then we will invite her to sit on the beautiful green grass," the old man said quietly. Before Heidi could ask what the grandfather meant, Peter arrived, whistling and calling. As usual, the goats surrounded Heidi, and they looked happy to be back on the Alp. Peter pushed the goats away angrily and walked up to Heidi, giving her a letter. "Did you get a letter for me from the pasture?" Heidi asked, surprised. "No," Peter said. "Where did it come from?" "From my bag." Peter had received the letter the night before and had forgotten it in his lunch bag until he opened it at dinner. Heidi quickly recognized Clara's handwriting and ran to her grandfather, saying, "A letter has come from Clara. Would you like me to read it to you, grandfather?" Heidi started reading the letter to her two listeners. "Dear Heidi, we are all packed and will travel in 2 or 3 days. Papa is leaving too, but not with us because he has to go to Paris first. The dear doctor visits us every day now, and when he opens the door, he calls, 'Away to the Alp,' because he can hardly wait for us to go. If only you knew how much he enjoyed being with you last fall. He came almost every day this winter to tell us about you, the grandfather, the mountains, and the flowers he saw. He said it is very quiet in the fresh, clean air, away from towns and streets, and that everyone gets better there. He is much better now, and seems younger and happier. Oh, how I look forward to it all. The doctor says I should go to Ragaz first for about 6 weeks. Then I can live in the village, and from there I can visit you every nice day. Grandmama, who is coming with me, is also looking forward to the trip. But just think, Miss Rottenmeier does not want to go. When Grandmama asks her, she always politely says no. I think Sebastian must have told her scary stories about the high rocks and deep places, so she is afraid. She used to want to go to Switzerland, but now neither she nor Tinette want to take the risk. I can hardly wait to see you again. Goodbye, dear Heidi. With much love from Grandmama, I am your true friend, Clara." When Peter heard this, he swung his rod angrily to both sides and drove the goats down the hill. The next day, Heidi visited her grandmother to tell her the good news. The old woman was sitting up in her usual spot and spinning. She looked sad because Peter had already said that Heidi's friends were coming, and she was afraid. After telling her everything, Heidi watched the old woman. "What is it, grandmother?" the child asked. "Are you not happy?" "Oh yes, Heidi, I am happy because you are happy," the grandmother replied. "But grandmother, you look worried. Do you still think Miss Rottenmeier is coming?" "Oh no, it is nothing. Give me your hand, for I want to be sure you are still here. I suppose it will be for the best, even if I do not live to see the day." "Oh, but I don't want to care about this coming," said the child. The grandmother could hardly sleep all night because she thought about Clara coming. Would they take Heidi away from her now that she was strong? But for Heidi's sake, she resolved to be brave. "Heidi," she said, "please read me the song that begins with 'God will see to it.'" Heidi quickly did as she was told. She knew almost all of her grandmother's favorite hymns and found them easily. "That makes me feel good, child," the old woman said. Her face began to look happier and less troubled. "Please read it a few more times, child," she begged. Evening came, and when Heidi went home, the stars began to appear one by one in the sky. Heidi stopped every few minutes to look up at the stars in wonder. When she got home, Her grandfather was also looking up at the stars and murmuring, "What a wonderful month! Each day is clearer than the last. The herbs will be strong this year." The month of blossoms had passed, and June, with its long, long days, had come. Many flowers were blooming everywhere, filling the air with sweet smells. The month was almost over when one morning Heidi ran out of the hut after finishing her chores. Suddenly she screamed so loudly that her grandfather hurried out to see what was wrong. "Grandfather, come here. Look, look." A strange group was coming up the Alp. Two men walked first, carrying an open chair with a young girl in it, wrapped in many shawls. Then came a tall lady on a horse, talking with a young guide beside her, looking around eagerly. Behind them was an empty chair carried by a young man, followed by a porter with many blankets and shawls piled high. "They are coming! They are coming!" cried Heidi with joy, and soon the party reached the top. The children were very happy to see each other again. When Grandmama got off her horse, she warmly greeted Heidi first, then turned to the grandfather, who approached them. They met like two old friends who had heard so much about each other. After exchanging greetings, the grandmother exclaimed, "My dear uncle, what a wonderful home you have! Who would have thought? Kings would envy you here. Oh, how well my Heidi looks, just like a little rose," she continued, pulling the child close and patting her cheeks. "What a beautiful place! Clara, what do you think?" Clara looked around happily and said, "Oh, how wonderful, how glorious! I never dreamed it could be this beautiful. Oh, Grandmama, I wish I could stay here." Meanwhile, the grandfather was busy getting Clara's chair for her. He gently lifted her into the seat, covering her knees with blankets and keeping her feet warm. It seemed like he had always cared for sick people. "My dear uncle," the grandmama said, surprised, "please tell me where you learned to do this. I will send all the nurses I know here right away." The uncle smiled a little and replied, "It comes more from care than from study." His face became sad as he remembered the past. He had cared for a wounded captain in Sicily after a battle and had looked after him until he died. Now he would take just as good care of poor, lame Clara. After looking at the clear sky and rocky mountains for a long time, Clara said sadly, "I wish I could walk around the hut to see the fir trees. I want to see all the things you told me about." Heidi pushed with all her strength, and the chair moved smoothly over the dry grass. When they reached the small grove, Clara looked at the beautiful trees that had stood there for many years. Even though the people had changed and left, the trees remained. When they passed the empty goat shed, Clara said sadly, "Oh, Grandmama, I wish I could wait here for Schwenli and Barely. I am afraid I won't see Peter and his goats if we have to leave so soon." "Dear child, enjoy what you can now," said the grandmama, who had followed them. "Oh, what beautiful flowers!" Clara exclaimed again. "Look at all the red blossoms. Oh, I wish I could pick some bluebells." Heidi quickly picked a big bunch of flowers and put them in Clara's lap. "Clara, this is nothing compared to the many flowers in the pasture. You must come up and see them. There are so many that the ground looks golden. If you ever sit down among them, You will feel so happy that you never want to get up. Oh, Grandmama, do you think I can ever go up there? Clara asked with a longing look in her eyes. I wish I could walk with you, Heidi, and climb everywhere. I'll push you, Heidi said to comfort her. To show how easy it was, she pushed the chair so fast that it might have rolled down the mountain if her grandfather had not stopped it just in time. It was time for dinner now. The table was set near the bench, and soon everyone sat down. The grandmother was so amazed by the view and the nice wind on her cheeks that she said, "What a wonderful place! I have never seen anything like it. But what do I see?" she continued. "I think you are actually eating your second piece of cheese, Clara." "Oh, Grandmama, this tastes better than anything we get in Ragats," the child said excitedly as she ate. "Don't stop. Our mountain wind helps where the cooking is not so good," the old man said happily. During the meal, the uncle and the grandmother enjoyed talking. They agreed on many things and understood each other like old friends. A little later, the grandmother looked to the west. "We must leave soon, Clara, because the sun is already low. Our guides will be here soon." Clara's face became sad, and she begged, "Oh, please let us stay another hour. We haven't even seen the hut yet. I wish the day were twice as long." The grandmother agreed to let Clara go inside. When they found that the chair was too wide for the door, the uncle gently lifted Clara into his strong arms and carried her in. The grandmother looked around eagerly, happy to see everything so neat. Then she climbed up the little ladder to the hayloft and found Heidi's bed. "Is this your bed, Heidi? What a nice smell. It must be healthy here," she said, looking out the window. The grandfather and Clara followed Heidi as they came up. Clara was very excited. "What a lovely place to sleep. Oh, Heidi, you can see the sky from your bed. It smells so good. You can hear the fir trees swaying here, can't you? Oh, I have never seen a more delightful bedroom." Looking at the old lady, the uncle said, "I think staying here with us for a little while would give Clara more strength. Of course, I only mean this if you don't mind. You brought many blankets so we can make a soft bed for Clara here. My dear lady, you can trust me to take care of everything. I will gladly do it." The children cheered with joy, and the grandmother smiled widely. "What a wonderful man you are," she exclaimed. "I was just thinking that staying here would help the child, but then I worried about how much work it would be for you, and now you offer to do it as if it is nothing. How can I thank you, Uncle?" After shaking hands many times, the two prepared Clara's bed, which, thanks to the grandmother's care, was soon so soft that the hay could not be felt at all. The uncle brought Clara back to her chair, where she found Heidi sitting beside her. They eagerly talked about their plans for the coming weeks. When they learned that Clara could stay for a month, their faces were beaming with happiness. The guide with the horse and the men who carried the chair appeared, but they did not need to stay anymore and could go away. When the grandmother was ready to leave, Clara happily called to her, "Oh, Grandmama, it won't be long before you must come to see us." As the uncle led the horse down the steep path, the grandmother told him that she would return to Ragats because the village was too lonely for her. She promised to come back from time to time. Before the grandfather returned, Peter ran down to the hut with all his goats. When he saw Heidi, the goats hurried to her. Clara met Schwenli and Barely and all the other goats. Peter, however, stayed away, only giving angry looks to the two girls. When they said goodnight to him, he just ran away, hitting the air with his stick. The joyful day finally ended. The two children lay in their beds. "Oh, Heidi!" Clara exclaimed. "I see so many twinkling stars. It feels like we are riding in a high carriage straight into the sky." "Yes, and do you know why the stars twinkle so happily?" Heidi asked. "No, but tell me." "Because they know that God in heaven takes care of us, and we never need to be afraid. See, they twinkle and show us how to be happy, too. But Clara, we must not forget to pray to God and ask Him to think of us and keep us safe." Sitting up in bed, they said their evening prayer together. As soon as Heidi lay down, she fell asleep. But Clara could not sleep yet. It was too wonderful to see the stars from her bed. In truth, she had never seen them before, because in Frankfurt, all the curtains were always down long before the stars came out, and she had never been outside at night. She could hardly keep her eyes closed and had to open them again and again to watch the twinkling stars until her eyes finally closed, and she saw two big shining stars in her dreams. Chapter 21. Of Further Events on the ALP. The sun was just rising, and the Almuncle was watching how the mountains and valleys woke up to the new day. The clouds were getting brighter. Then the old man went back into the hut and climbed the ladder quietly. Clara had just opened her eyes and looked around in surprise. Bright sunlight danced on her bed. Where was she? Soon she saw her sleeping friend and heard her grandfather's cheerful voice. "How did you sleep? Not tired?" he asked. Clara felt fresh and rested and said she had never slept better in her life. Heidi soon woke up too and quickly came down to join Clara, who was already sitting in the sun. A cool morning breeze brushed against their cheeks, and the nice smell from the fir trees filled their lungs with every breath. Clara had never felt so good in her life. She had never breathed such fresh morning air or felt such warm sunlight on her feet and hands. It was better than she had expected. "Oh, Heidi, I wish I could always stay up here with you," she said. "Now you can see everything is as beautiful as I told you," Heidi replied happily. "Up on the Alp with grandfather is the best place in the world." The grandfather came out of the shed with 2 bowls of warm, white milk. He gave one to each child and said to Clara, "This will be good for you, little girl. It comes from Schwenli and will make you strong. Drink up." He encouraged her because Clara hesitated a little. But when she saw that Heidi's bowl was nearly empty, she drank hers quickly. Oh, how good it was! It tasted like cinnamon and sugar. "We'll take 2 tomorrow," said the grandfather. After breakfast, Peter arrived. The goats rushed to Heidi, bleating loudly, and the grandfather took Peter aside. "Just listen and do what I say," he said. "From now on, you must let Schwenli go wherever she wants. She knows where to find the best food, and you must follow her, even if she goes higher than before." Climbing more will be good for you and the goats. I want them to give me great milk, remember. Why are you looking so angry?" Peter was silent. Without saying anything, he walked off, still looking back angrily. When Heidi followed him for a bit, Peter called, "You must come along, Heidi. We must follow Schwenli everywhere." "No, I can't," Heidi replied. "I can't come while Clara is with me, but grandfather has promised that we can come up with you once." With that, Heidi returned to Clara while Peter hurried ahead, shaking his fists in anger. The children had promised to write a letter to Grandmama every day, so they started their task right away. Heidi took out her little three-legged stool, her school books, and papers. With these on Clara's lap, they began to write. Clara stopped nearly after every sentence to look around. Oh, how peaceful it was with the little gnats dancing in the sun and the sound of rustling trees. Sometimes they heard a shepherd's shout echoing off the rocks. The morning passed quickly, and soon it was time for lunch. They ate outside again because Clara needed to be in the fresh air all day. In the afternoon, they sat in the cool shade of the fir trees. Clara shared many stories about Frankfurt and the people Heidi knew. It was not long before Peter arrived with his goats, but he did not even answer the girls' friendly greeting and walked by with a scowl. While Schwenli was being milked in the shed, Clara said, "Oh, Heidi, I feel like I can't wait for my milk. Isn't it funny? I have always eaten because I had to. Everything tasted terrible, like cod liver oil, and I often wished I would never have to eat. And now I'm so hungry." "Oh yes, I know," Heidi replied, remembering the days in Frankfurt when her food felt stuck in her throat. When the grandfather finally brought the full bowls, Clara grabbed hers and drank it all in one big gulp, even finishing before Heidi. "Please, may I have a little more?" she asked, holding out her bowl. The grandfather nodded happily and quickly refilled it. This time he also brought a slice of bread and butter for the children. He had gone to Mayensass to get the butter, and they enjoyed it as if it were a special treat. That evening, Clara fell asleep the moment she lay down. 2 or 3 days passed pleasantly. Then one day, 2 strong men came up the Alp carrying fresh white beds. They brought a letter from Grandmama, thanking the children for their letters and saying the beds were for them. That night, they found their new beds in the same spots where their old ones had been. Clara became happier every day in her new life and wrote a lot about her grandfather's kindness and Heidi's fun stories. She told her grandmama that her first thought in the morning was always, "Thank God I am still in the Alm hut." Grandmama was very pleased with their news and decided to delay her visit because she found the ride tiring. The grandfather took great care of Clara, and every day he searched for the best herbs for Schwenli. The little goat became stronger, and everyone noticed her bright eyes. It was the 3rd week of Clara's stay. Every morning after the grandfather carried her down, he asked her, "Will my Clara try to stand a little?" Clara always sighed. "Oh, it hurts so." But even though she held on to him, he made her stand a little longer every day. This summer was the best in years. Every day the sun shone in a clear sky, and at night it cast a purple, rosy light over the rocks and snowfields, making everything glow like fire. Heidi had often told Clara about all the flowers on the pasture, the golden roses and blue flowers covering the ground. She was just telling her again when suddenly she felt a strong longing. Jumping up, she ran to her grandfather, who was carving in the shop. "Oh, grandfather," she cried from a distance, "won't you come with us to the pasture tomorrow? Oh, it's so beautiful up there now." "All right, I will," he replied. "But tell Clara she must do something to please me. She must try to stand longer this evening." Heidi happily ran with her message. Clara promised because her greatest wish was to go with Heidi to the pasture. That night, when Peter came back, he heard about the plan for the next day, but he just growled and almost hit Thistlefinch in his anger. The children decided to stay awake all night to talk about the coming day, but their talk soon stopped, and they both fell asleep peacefully. In her dreams, Clara saw a field covered with light blue flowers, while Heidi heard the eagle calling her from above, "Come, come, come." Chapter 22. Something unexpected happens. The next day was bright and sunny. The grandfather was still with the children when Peter climbed up the hill. His goats stayed far away from him to avoid the rod he waved back and forth. Peter was very upset and angry about the changes that had happened. In the morning, Heidi was always busy with this strange girl, and it was the same in the evening. All summer long, Heidi had not gone up with him even once, and today she was coming, but again with this hated girl. Then Peter saw the rolling chair next to the hut. After looking around carefully, he rushed at the chair and pushed it down the hill. The chair flew away and disappeared quickly. Peter felt guilty now and ran up the hill until he reached a blackberry bush. There he could hide in case the grandfather showed up. He looked down and saw his fallen enemy rolling down, down, down. Sometimes it flew high into the air, then crashed down harder than ever. Pieces were breaking off and blowing away. Now the stranger would have to go home, and Heidi would be his again. But Peter forgot that doing something bad always brings trouble. Just then, Heidi came out of the hut. The grandfather followed her with Clara. Heidi stood still for a moment, then ran around looking for the old man. "What does this mean? Did you roll the chair away, Heidi?" he asked. "I am looking for it everywhere, grandfather. You said it was beside the shop door," said the child, still searching for the missing chair. A strong wind blew, and suddenly it slammed the shop door shut. "Grandfather, the wind did it!" Heidi exclaimed eagerly. "Oh dear! If it has rolled all the way down to the village, it will be too late to go today. It will take us a long time to get it. If it has rolled down there, we won't get it back because it will be broken," said the old man, looking down at the distance. "I don't see how it happened," he said. "What a shame! Now I will never be able to go up to the pasture," Clara said sadly. "I am afraid I will have to go home now. What a pity." "You can find a way for her to stay, grandfather, can't you?" Heidi asked eagerly. "We'll go up to the pasture today, as planned. Then we will see what happens next." The children were happy, and the grandfather quickly got ready. First, he took some blankets and sat Clara in a sunny spot on the dry ground to get their breakfast. "I wonder why Peter is so late today," he said, while leading his goats out of the shed. Then he lifted Clara with one strong arm and carried the blankets with the other. "Now march," he called. "The goats are coming with us." That made Heidi happy. With one arm around Schwenli and the other around Burley, she walked up happily. The little goats were glad to have her with them again and almost crushed her with affection. When they reached the top, they were astonished to find Peter lying on the ground with his goats around him. "What did you mean by passing us like that?" "I will teach you," called the uncle to him. Peter was frightened because he knew that voice. "Nobody was up yet," he replied. "Have you seen the chair?" the uncle asked again. "Which?" Peter growled. The uncle didn't say anything. He spread out the blankets and put Clara down on the dry grass. Once he was sure Clara was comfortable, he got ready to go home. The three would stay there until he returned in the evening. When it was mealtime, Heidi would prepare the food and make sure Clara got Schwenli's milk. The sky was a deep blue, and the snow on the peaks was shining. The eagle was flying above the rocky cliffs. The children felt very happy. Sometimes one of the goats would come and lie down near them. Little Snowhopper came to them often and rubbed her head against their shoulders. They had sat quietly for a few hours, enjoying the beautiful view, when Heidi suddenly thought of the place where many flowers grew. In the evening it would be too late to see them because the flowers closed their little eyes by then. "Oh, Clara," she said hesitantly, "would you be angry if I went to see the flowers for a minute?" "But wait." Jumping up, she brought Clara fragrant herbs and put them in her lap. Soon after, she returned with little Snowhopper. "So, now you don't have to be alone?" said Heidi. Clara assured her that she would be fine with the goats, so Heidi started her walk. Clara slowly fed one leaf at a time to the little goat, which grew more trusting and cuddled close to her. The goat happily ate the herbs from her hand. Clara felt happier than ever. She loved sitting on the mountain with the friendly little goat. A strong desire grew in her heart. She wished to be independent and help others instead of always needing help. Many thoughts rushed through her mind. What would it be like to live in the sunshine? Suddenly, everything seemed joyful and wonderful. She hugged little Snowhopper and said, "Oh, little Snowhopper, how beautiful it is up here. If I could always stay with you." Meanwhile, Heidi reached the spot she had wanted to see. As she expected, the ground was full of yellow rock roses. The bluebells nodded gently in the breeze, but the lovely smell in the air came from the little brown flowers that hid between the golden flower cups. Heidi stood in awe, inhaling the sweet perfume. Suddenly she turned and ran back to Clara, shouting, "Oh, you must come, Clara. It is so beautiful there. It won't be as nice later. Don't you think I could carry you?" "But Heidi," Clara said, "you can't carry me. You are smaller than I am. Oh, I wish I could walk." Heidi thought for a moment. Peter was still lying on the ground. He had been watching for hours, unable to believe what he saw. He had broken the chair to get rid of the stranger, and now she was back sitting next to his friend. Heidi called for him to come down, but he just grumbled, "I won't come." "But you must. Come quickly. I want you to help me. Quickly," urged the child. "I don't want to," he replied. Heidi hurried up the mountain and shouted angrily, "Peter, if you don't come right now, I will do something you won't like." Those words scared Peter because he felt guilty. His actions had made him happy until now, when Heidi spoke as if she knew everything. What if the grandfather heard? Shaking with fear, Peter obeyed. "I will come, but only if you promise not to do what you said," Peter insisted. "No, no, I won't. Don't worry," said Heidi kindly. "Just come with me. It isn't so hard." When Peter reached Clara, Heidi told him to help lift her off the ground on one side while she helped on the other. It was easy enough, but soon problems arose. Clara could not stand by herself, so how could they go further? "You must hold me around my neck," said Heidi, seeing how poorly they were doing. Peter, who had never helped anyone before, needed some help before he could try again. But it was hard. Clara tried to step forward but began to get upset. "Press your feet on the ground more. I am sure it will hurt less," suggested Heidi. "Do you think so?" said Clara, hesitating. But following Heidi's advice, she tried harder and soon took another step, crying a little. "Oh, it really hurts less," Clara said happily. "Try again," Heidi encouraged. Clara stepped again and again. Suddenly she shouted, "Oh, Heidi, I can do it! I really can! Just look! I can take steps, one after another!" Heidi joyfully exclaimed, "Oh, Clara, can you really? Can you walk? Oh, can you take steps now? Oh, I wish Grandfather would come. Now you can walk, Clara, now you can walk," she said happily. Clara held on tight to the children but became steadier with each step. "Now you can come here every day," cried Heidi. "Now we can walk wherever we want, and you won't need to be pushed in a chair anymore. Now you can walk all your life. Oh, what joy!" Clara's biggest wish to be well like other people had finally come true. It was not far to the field of flowers. Soon they reached it and sat down among the beautiful blooms. It was the first time Clara had ever rested on the warm, dry earth. Around them, the flowers swayed and spread their sweet smell. It was a stunning scene. The children struggled to believe their happiness. It filled their hearts completely and made them quiet. Peter lay still because he had fallen asleep. The hours passed quickly, and the day was long gone. Suddenly, all the goats arrived, looking for the children. They didn't want to eat flowers and were happy when Peter woke up to their loud bleating. The poor boy felt so confused. He dreamed that the chair with red cushions was back before his eyes. When he woke, he still saw golden nails, but soon he realized they were only flowers. Remembering what he had done, he listened to Heidi's instructions willingly. When they returned to their previous spot, Heidi quickly set out the dinner. The bag was very full today, and Heidi hurried to keep her promise to Peter, who had misunderstood her threat. She made 3 piles of the food, and when Clara and she finished eating, there was still much left for him. It was too bad that all this delicious food did not satisfy him as usual. Something seemed to stick in his throat. Soon after their late lunch, the grandfather was seen climbing up the Alp. Heidi ran to meet him, excitedly telling him about the big event. The old man's face lit up with joy at the news. Going over to Clara, he said, "So you took the chance? Now we have succeeded." Then picking her up, he put one arm around her waist and reached out his other arm for support. With his help, she walked more steadily than ever. Heidi jumped and danced joyfully beside them. Despite all the excitement, the grandfather remained calm. Eventually, he lifted Clara onto his arm to carry her home, knowing she needed rest after her hard work. That evening, Peter returned to the village and saw a large crowd arguing around an interesting object. Everyone was pushing to get closer. It was the chair. "I saw it when they carried it up," Peter heard the baker say. "I bet it is worth at least 500 francs. I want to know how it happened." "The wind might have blown it down," said Barbara, staring at the beautiful cushions. "The uncle said so." "It's good if nobody else did it," continued the baker. "When the man from Frankfurt hears what happened, he will surely find out, and I would feel sorry for the one who did it. I'm glad I haven't been up on the Alp for so long. Otherwise, they might suspect me like anyone else who was up there." Many more opinions were shared, but Peter had heard enough. He quietly slipped away and went home. What if they found out he did it? A policeman might come any moment now and take him away to prison. The thought frightened Peter. He was so worried when he got home that he did not answer any questions and even refused a dish of potatoes. Quickly creeping into bed, he groaned, "I am sure Peter ate something bad again, and that is why he groans," said his mother. "You should give him a little more bread in the morning, Brigida. Take a piece of mine," said the caring grandmother. When Clara and Heidi lay in their beds that night, looking up at the shining stars, Heidi said, "Didn't you think today, Clara, that it is good God does not always give us what we ask for? He knows what is better." "What do you mean, Heidi?" asked Clara. "You see, when I was in Frankfurt, I prayed and prayed to come home. And when I couldn't, I thought he had forgotten me. But if I had left so soon, you would never have come here, and never would have gotten better." Clara thought for a moment and said, "But if that is true, then we should not pray for anything because we would feel that he knows better." "But Clara, we must pray to God every day to show we do not forget that all gifts come from him. Grandmama told me that God forgets us if we forget him. If a wish is not granted, we must trust him because he knows best." "How did you think of that?" Clara asked. "Grandmama told me, but I know it is true. We must thank God today for making you able to walk, Clara." "I am glad you reminded me, Heidi. I nearly forgot it in my excitement." The children prayed and thanked God for Clara's recovery. The next morning, they wrote a letter to Grandmama, inviting her to come to the Alp in 1 week because they wanted to surprise her. Clara hoped she would be able to walk alone with Heidi guiding her. The next few days were even happier for Clara. Every morning she woke up singing, "Now I am well, now I can walk like other people." She got better every day and took longer walks. Her appetite grew a lot, and the grandfather had to make bigger slices of bread and butter, which, to his delight, disappeared quickly. He also filled bowls and bowls with milk for the hungry children. That way, they came to the end of the week before Grandmama's visit. Chapter 23. Parting to Meet Again. A day before her visit, Grandmama sent a letter to say she was coming. Peter brought it up with him the next morning. The grandfather was already outside the hut with the children and his happy goats. He looked proud as he saw the girls' rosy faces and his shiny goats. Peter slowly approached the grandfather. After he gave the letter, he quickly stepped back, looking around as if he was afraid. Then he jumped away. "I wonder why Peter acts so strangely when he is scared of being punished," said Heidi while watching him. "Maybe Peter is afraid of the punishment he thinks he deserves," said the old man. Peter felt very scared as he walked back. He could not stop thinking of the policeman who might come from Frankfurt to take him to jail. It was a busy morning for Heidi as she tidied the hut for their visitor. The time went by quickly, and soon everything was ready to welcome Grandmama. The grandfather returned from a walk, holding a beautiful bunch of deep blue gentians. The children, sitting on the bench, cheered when they saw the lovely flowers. Heidi often got up to look down the path, and suddenly she saw Grandmama riding a white horse with two men beside her. One of them was carrying many wraps because she needed them for her visit. As the group came closer, Grandmama jumped off the horse and rushed towards Clara, saying, "What do I see? Clara, why are you not in your chair? How is this possible?" She was very surprised. Then she noticed Clara walking beside Heidi, standing tall and strong. "Clara, is that really you? You have rosy cheeks, my child. I can hardly recognize you," Grandmama exclaimed as she hurried toward Clara. Heidi slipped off the bench and walked with Clara, holding her arm. When they returned, their happy faces were shining. Grandmama ran to the children and hugged them many times. She then turned to the grandfather, who was smiling on the bench. Taking Clara's arm, she walked over to him, sharing her happiness. She took both of his hands and said, "My dear uncle, what can we thank you for? This is your work, your care and kindness." "But the Lord's sunshine and mountain air," the uncle said with a smile. Then Clara said, "Yes, and Schwenli's delicious milk. Grandmama, do you see how much milk I can drink now? Oh, it is so good." "Yes, I can see that from your cheeks," Grandmama replied, smiling. "I hardly recognize you. You seem so much healthier and stronger. I never thought you would get so big and tall. Oh, Clara, is it really you? I can't stop looking at you. But now I must send a message to your father. I won't tell him anything about how you are doing. It will be the greatest joy of his life." "My dear uncle, how are we going to do this? Have you sent the men away?" "I have, but I can easily send Peter." They decided that Peter should take the message. The uncle whistled loudly, and soon Peter came, looking very scared because he thought he was in trouble. But he only received a paper that he needed to take to the post office in the village. Feeling relieved for now, Peter left. All the happy friends sat around the table and told Grandmama how the miracle had happened. Many times Grandmama interrupted with exclamations of surprise, feeling like it was all a dream. How could this be her pale, weak Clara? The children were full of joy to see how their surprise had worked Meanwhile, Mr. Sesman finished his business in Paris and was also planning a surprise. Without writing to his mother, he traveled to Ragatz on a sunny summer morning. He arrived on the same day as his mother left and took a carriage to Mayenfeld. Walking up the hill to the Alps seemed very tiring. When would he reach the goatherd's hut? There were many small paths splitting off in different directions, and sometimes he wondered if he was going the right way. But there was no one around, and the only sound he heard was the wind and the buzzing of little insects. A little bird was singing in a larch tree, but nothing more. While he paused to cool his forehead, he saw a boy running down the hill very fast. Mr. Sesman called out to him, but the boy stayed away. "Now, my boy, can you tell me if I am on the right path to Heidi's hut where the people from Frankfurt stay?" Peter just replied with a terrified sound. He ran away, tumbling down the mountain, rolling head over heels. His course looked just like the way the chair had gone a few days ago. "What a funny, shy boy," Mr. Sesman thought to himself, thinking that the appearance of a stranger had scared the boy. After watching Peter for a moment, he continued on his way. Despite trying hard, Peter could not stop and kept rolling down, but his fear was worse than his bumps and pain. This stranger must be the policeman. Finally, he crashed into a bush and held on tightly. "Good, here's another one," a voice near Peter said. "I wonder who will fall next." The baker was making fun of him. He had quietly watched the boy while taking a break from his work. Peter quickly got up and left. How did the baker know about the chair being pushed? He wished to go home and hide, for there he felt safe. But he had to go back up to the goats because the uncle told him to return quickly. He groaned as he climbed back up the hill, thinking about his fear and sore limbs. Mr. Sesman arrived at the hut soon after seeing Peter and felt reassured. He climbed further with renewed courage and finally saw the hut, but it was a tiring journey. He saw the alm hut and the swaying fir trees. Mr. Sesman hurried to meet his beloved child. The children saw him earlier from the hut and had a surprise prepared for him. As he climbed the last steps, he saw two figures coming toward him. A tall girl with light hair and a rosy face leaned on Heidi, whose dark eyes sparkled with happiness. Mr. Sesman stopped in shock, tears suddenly streaming down his face. This figure reminded him of sweet memories. Clara's mother had looked just like this girl. He did not know if he was awake or dreaming. "Papa, don't you recognize me?" Clara called with shining eyes. "Have I changed so much?" Mr. Sesman rushed to her and hugged her tightly. "Yes, you have changed. How is this possible? Is this really you, Clara?" asked her overjoyed father, embracing her again and again, looking at her as she stood strong by his side. Grandmama joined them because she wanted to see her son's happiness. "What do you say to this, my son? Isn't our surprise better than yours?" she greeted him. "But now come and meet our kind uncle." "Yes, indeed, I must greet our little Heidi," said Mr. Sesman, shaking hands with her. "Well, always fresh and happy on the mountain? I guess I don't need to ask, because no mountain flower looks more beautiful. Ah, dear child, what joy this brings me." With happy eyes, Heidi looked at the kind gentleman who had always been so nice to her. Her heart felt glad with his joy. While the two men finally reached each other, Grandmama walked over to the grove. There, under the fir trees, another surprise waited for her. A beautiful bunch of bright blue gentians grew as if they had just sprouted. "How beautiful! What a sight!" she exclaimed, clapping her hands. "Heidi, come here. Did you bring me those? Oh, they are gorgeous." The children joined her, and Clara told her that it was someone else's doing. "Oh, Grandmama, it looks just like that on the pasture," Clara remarked. "Guess who brought you the flowers?" Just then, a rustling sound came, and they saw Peter trying to sneak away from the trees to avoid the hut. Grandmama thought he had picked the flowers for her. She assumed he was hiding because he was shy. To give him his reward, she called out, "Come here, my boy. Don't be afraid." Terrified, Peter froze. He thought he was about to face a terrible punishment. His hair stood on end, and his pale face showed his fear. He approached slowly. "Come straight to me, boy," the old lady encouraged. "Now tell me, did you do this?" Peter, filled with anxiety, did not see Grandmama's finger pointing to the flowers. He could only see the uncle near the hut, looking closely at him, and beside him stood the policeman, who terrified him. Trembling, Peter said, "Yes." "Well, why are you so scared?" Because it is broken and cannot be fixed again," Peter said, his knees shaking. Grandmama then walked over to the hut. "My dear uncle," she said kindly, "is this poor boy out of his mind?" "Not at all," the uncle replied. "The boy was the one who pushed the chair down. He is just nervous because he knows he deserves a punishment." Grandmama was very surprised. She thought Peter looked innocent. Why would he destroy the chair? The uncle explained that he had noticed Peter being angry since Clara arrived at the Alp. He was sure about the boy from the very beginning. "My dear uncle," the old lady said with excitement, "we must not punish him any further. We must be fair. It was hard for him when Clara took Heidi away, who is his greatest treasure. Sitting alone day after day made him angry, which led to this bad action. It was foolish, but we all behave strangely when we get angry." The lady walked over to Peter, who was still trembling with fear. Sitting on the bench, she began, "Come, Peter, I'll tell you something. Stop shaking and listen. You pushed the chair to destroy it. You knew it was wrong, and you deserved punishment. You tried very hard to hide it, didn't you? But if someone thinks that no one knows about their bad actions, they are wrong. God always knows. Whenever someone tries to hide their misdeeds from God, He wakes up a little watchman in their heart who keeps reminding them what they did wrong. They feel anxious about being found out. Have you felt like that, Peter?" Peter nodded, feeling very guilty. He had definitely felt this way. "You have made a mistake," Grandmama continued, "by thinking that you would hurt Clara by breaking her chair. But what you did helped her. She probably would never have tried to walk if the chair was there. Now she can come here every day. You see, Peter? God can turn a wrong action into something good for the person hurt and bring trouble to the one who did the wrong. Do you understand, Peter?" Remember the little watchman the next time you want to do something wrong. Will you do that?" "Yes, I will," Peter replied, still afraid of the policeman, who was still present. "So now that matter is settled," the old lady said. "Now tell me if you have a wish, my boy, because I want to give you something to remember your friends from Frankfurt. What would you like?" Peter raised his head and looked at Grandmama with wide, surprised eyes. He felt very confused by this sudden kindness. Encouraged to make a wish, he felt like he was saved from his fear. He thought about all the marvelous things at the fair in Mayenfeld he had often watched for hours, but he never had the money to buy more than a few things. Feeling a little dizzy, he struggled to decide. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. 10 pennies, said Peter, thinking hard. "That's certainly not too much," the old lady said, smiling as she took out a big, round thaler and placed 20 pennies on top of it. "Here you have as many pennies as there are weeks in a year. You can spend one each Sunday." "All my life?" Peter asked innocently. Grandmama laughed so hard that the two men came over to see what was happening. "You shall have it, my boy. I will put it in my will, and then you will have a weekly allowance as long as you live," she said jokingly. Mr. Sesemann nodded. Peter looked at his gift and said seriously, "Thank God." He jumped up joyfully and ran away, feeling so light he thought he could fly. After a little while, everyone sat around the table for a happy meal. After lunch, Clara, who felt livelier than ever, said to her father, "Oh, Papa, if you only knew all the things Grandfather did for me. It would take many days to tell you, and I will never forget them for all my life. I wish we could please him just half as much as he has done for me." "It is my greatest wish, too, dear child," said her father. "I have been thinking of something all the time. We must show our gratitude in some way." Mr. Sesemann then walked over to the old man and said, "My dear friend, may I say something to you? I am sure you believe me when I say I have not felt real joy for years. What is wealth to me when I could not help my child and make her happy? With God's help, you have made her well. You have given her a new life. Please tell me how I can repay you. I know I cannot fully repay you, but I will do what I can. Do you have a request?" The uncle listened quietly, looking at the happy father. "Mr. Sesemann, you can be sure that I am also rewarded by Clara's recovery," said the uncle firmly. "I thank you for your kind offer. As long as I live, I have enough for me and the child. But I have one wish. If this could be fulfilled, my life would be much easier." "Speak, my dear friend," urged Clara's father. "I am old," the uncle continued, "and I may not live many years. When I die, I cannot leave Heidi anything. She has no family except one person who might try to take advantage of her. If you could promise me, Mr. Sesemann, that Heidi will not have to go into the world to earn her living, you would repay me for all I have done for you and Clara." "My dear friend, there is no question about that," Mr. Sesemann began. "The child belongs with us. I promise that we will take care of her, and she will never need to earn her living. We all know she is not meant for a life among strangers. However, she has made true friends, and one of them will be here very soon. Dr. Klassen is just finishing up his business in Frankfurt. He plans to take your advice and live here. He has never felt as happy as he does with you and Heidi. The child will have 2 protectors close to her, and I hope that with God's will, they will be spared for a long time." "And may it be God's will," added Grandmama, who had just joined them, gently shaking the uncle's hand. Wrapping her arms around Heidi, she said, "Heidi, do you have a wish too?" "Yes, I do," Heidi replied happily. "Tell me what it is, child." "I would like to have my bed from Frankfurt with the 3 high pillows and the thick, warm blanket. Then grandmother will stay warm and not have to wear her shawl in bed. Oh, I will be so happy when she doesn't have to lie with her head lower than her heels, hardly able to breathe." Heidi spoke quickly because she was so eager. "Oh dear, I nearly forgot what I planned to do. I am so glad you reminded me, Heidi. If God gives us happiness, we must remember those who struggle. I will send for the bed right away, and if Miss Rottenmeier ships it out quickly, it can be here in 2 days. I hope the poor blind grandmother will sleep better when it arrives." In her excitement, Heidi could hardly wait to tell the good news to the old woman. Soon everyone decided to visit the grandmother, who had been alone for so long. Before they started, however, Mr. Sesemann shared his plans. He said he wanted to travel through Switzerland with his mother and Clara. He would spend the night in the village and take Clara from the Alm for the trip the next morning. They would first go to Ragaz and then further. He would send the telegram that night. Clara felt sad about leaving the Alp, but was excited about the trip. When everything was arranged, they all went down the hill, with the uncle carrying Clara, who could not risk the long walk. All the way down, Heidi told Grandmama about her friends in the hut, the cold they faced in winter, and the little food they had. Brigida was hanging up Peter's shirt to dry when everyone arrived. Rushing into the house, she called to her mother, "Now they are leaving. The uncle is going too, carrying the lame child." "Oh, must it really be?" sighed the grandmother. "Have you seen if they took Heidi away? Oh, I long to hear her voice one more time." The same moment the door opened, and Heidi hugged her tightly. "Grandmother, think. My bed with the 3 pillows and thick blanket is coming from Frankfurt. Grandmama said it will be here in 2 days. Heidi thought Grandmama would be overjoyed, but the old woman, smiling sadly, said, "Oh, how kind she must be. I know I should be glad she is taking you with her, Heidi, but I don't think I can survive it long." "But nobody has said that," Grandmama, who had overheard, said kindly. Pressing the old woman's hand, she continued, "It is out of the question. Heidi will stay with you and make you happy. We will come to the Alm every year to thank the Lord." Immediately the grandmother's face brightened, and she shed tears of joy. "Oh, what wonderful things God is doing for me," said the grandmother, deeply touched. "How kind people are to care about such a poor old woman like me. Nothing strengthens my belief in a good Father in heaven more than this kindness shown to a poor, useless woman like me." "My dear grandmother," said Mrs. Sesemann, "before God in heaven, we are all equally weak and poor. We would be lost if he ever forgot us. But now we must say goodbye." Next year, we will come to see you as soon as we reach the Alp. We will never forget you." With that, Mrs. Sussman shook her hand. It took a while for her to leave because the grandmother kept thanking her and wishing blessings upon her and her family. Mr. Sussman and his mother walked on down while Clara was taken up to spend her last night in the hut. The next morning, Clara cried when it was time to leave the beloved place where she had found such happiness. Heidi comforted her with plans for the next summer, which would be even happier than this one. Mr. Sussman arrived, and they exchanged a few last words. Clara, half crying, said, "Please give my love to Peter and the goats, Heidi. Especially greet Schwenli for me, because she helped me so much to get well. What can I give her?" "You can send her salt, Clara. You know how she loves that," Heidi advised. "Oh, I will definitely do that," Clara agreed. "I will send her 100 pounds of salt to remember me." It was time to leave, and Clara proudly rode beside her father. Standing on the slope, Heidi waved goodbye, watching Clara until she disappeared. The bed has arrived. Grandmother sleeps so well every night now that she will soon be stronger than ever. Grandmama has not forgotten the cold winter on the Alp and has sent many warm blankets and shawls to the goatherd's hut. The grandmother can wrap herself warmly and won't have to sit shivering in a corner. In the village, a large building is underway. The doctor has arrived and is living in his old space. He listened to the uncle's advice and has bought the old ruins where Heidi and her grandfather stayed last winter. He is rebuilding one side for himself and preparing the other side for Heidi and her grandfather. The doctor knows that his friend is independent and likes to have his own home. Barley and Schwenli will also have a good stable built for them to stay in during winter. The doctor and the alm uncle become closer friends every day. When they check on the building, they often talk about Heidi. They both look forward to the time they can live in the house with their cheerful girl. The uncle feels deep gratitude when the doctor tells him he will take good care of Heidi. Now, if he is called away, another father will be there to care for and love her. As our story closes, Heidi and Peter sit in grandmother's hut. Heidi has so much to share, and Peter tries hard not to miss anything. They are so eager that they do not notice how close they are to grandmother's chair. They have hardly seen each other all summer, and many wonderful things have happened. Everyone is happy to be together, and it is hard to tell who is happiest. I think Brigitta's face is the brightest of all because Heidi has just told her about the special 10-penny coin. Finally, grandmother says, "Heidi, please read me a song of thanks and praise. I feel that I must thank the Lord for all the blessings He has given us." The end.